by the wall and tried to paint what he couldn't see, and accidentally conjured me by some coincidence. And how I was alive, and how my soul came crashing out of the void. I didn't question it, I thought it would be unkind. It's just the way that I was designed, that's why I went with it. Awaken me, we're still flying, and all the creatures there below us may be dying. Don't say a word, I won't listen. Down in the atrium, that Pegasus is trying to slip away. Does this all the time? I know I'll see him when his business is concluded. Happy to wait here, that will be fine. And when it's over, there will come a certain moment when I will gather all the poetry and painting, and all the waters will go quiet and remarkably clear. That's how I know that I can stay unreservedly undefined, forever far away.
Happy Sunday, all you beautiful faces. Welcome to another Chill Art Sunday. Thank you so much for joining. Good to have you here. Right then, let's jump right into it. On the last Chill Art Sunday, I was working on a new picture that is actually based on an old thing that I did. I still love this face. I'm gonna lick you. But in any case, for those of you who... Sorry, excuse me. For those of you who missed, hey Torpedo, happy Sunday. Beautiful faces, you forgot saying hi to me. Well, hi to you. I usually say I try to give a more generic greeting because I have no idea how many people are watching or who are watching. I actually intentionally avoid seeing how many people are currently watching. Anyway, so for those of you who missed on the last Chill Art Sunday, I went back to the sketches for an old comic that I drew back in 2020, and I took one of the sketches from one of the characters in one of the panels, and I redrew that a little bit, and the end result is what we are seeing on the screen right now. I am doing this with the intention of doing two things. One, make a new picture based on this sketch. This face is ridiculous, I love it. But also to use this as a new base template for a new YCH commission. And if you don't know what a YCH is, YCH stands for Your Character Here, where where you basically have a predetermined picture / character in pose, and you either bid to have your character be in place of that template base, or if the artist is doing it differently, then you can just purchase a slot in the picture. So basically, I'm gonna draw this Silvertrot, but I'm also gonna make just a base template, you know, generic looking pony that can be any character. And I'm gonna offer that as another YCH. I have already done one. It was with a dragon. I might reopen that one to have that running alongside this one as well. But this one is going to be a pony this time, because I like ponies too. They are fun and cute to draw. Anyway, I have finished this sketch. But then earlier this week, I was taking a quick look at this again, and I think I might want to bring this hoof up a little bit, because right here, I don't know, they seem to be leveled, but at the same time they seem to be a little... I'm not sure how to explain this properly. So instead, I'm not gonna explain anything. Instead, I'm just gonna go ahead and redraw the thing. And let's open this. Redraw the thing. and see what it looks like. If I think it looks better, then that's what I'm gonna keep. If not, then I'm gonna just continue from this stage of progress. So let's open progress sheet. Yes, edit. Let's copy this sketch over here that has no colors and replace this one over here, so it will be a lot easier for me to redraw it. I mean, redraw just to that section anyway. There, now I disable transparency and there everything's black and white. Let's remove this. Okay. Let's select just the hoof. Re-enable transparency and move it up. Also, should probably copy this. There, that might be enough. Oh, I think that does look a bit better. Here's what I'm gonna do to make things a little easier. Let's change this black to, I don't know, light gray. I'm going to paste the hoof that I have just copied over this, so I can move it about while completely zoomed out. I mean, I can do that while zoomed in, or rather zoomed out, but I don't know what I'm saying. So let's just do this instead. Yeah, my brain immediately went to brain fart. So this is the original position. If I move it up, this, yeah, I think that might look a little better. Let's move it up a bit more. No, now that looks off. Yeah, just a little bit up, like this. That seems to be enough. Maybe a little more inward, not too much. Parting here without my shoulder hurting feels much better. Oh, your shoulder is better? That is fantastic. Okay, now we remove that and copy this. Actually, no. Let's go all the way back to this point here. Copy. Now redo everything. Open a new window of Paint. Paste this over here, and let's remove this hoof from Silvertrot. Let's remove it completely. Yeah, I had a surgery on Friday when they removed the piece of bone that pushed on the nerve. Oh, so you are missing a piece of your bones now? Or did they remove the bone and then put it back where it was actually supposed to be? 2 millimeters big piece. Not too big. There. Let's reinforce this line here for good measure. Okay, now that's a 3-legged horse. Let's copy this. It's clear off when it crashed on my shoulder. Yeah, I remember you telling me. My question was if they put it back where it actually belonged, or they actually just completely removed it entirely. And now you are missing that little chunk. Let's recolor this like so, and paste what I have just copied over it. There we go. Now I'm going to undo this, copy the blue line, redo, go back over here. Let's remove that gray. Copy. And paste it back over here, over everything. There, now I have the blue lines running over the black lines from his back leg. This almost looks like the blue line art is casting a shadow on the white background there, doesn't it? It's kind of nice. But that is not what I am going for. Let's just erase that. Pick blue again. Erase this here. Pick black. Erase this. And convert the blue to black. There we go. That would be useless. It was just removed. It's a really small piece that doesn't have any impact on for the rest of the bone, so they made it easier to. So they made it easier to remove. Oh, I see. It makes sense, I suppose. Okay. Oh yeah, Strux Designs. I'm not going to be working on this today, but just for those of you who have been following with the progress of this truck, I have finally managed to make some progress on this bloody thing earlier this week. And aside from a few minor details, I have basically finished the sketch for this angle of the truck, the front view. Look what this beast looks like now. Now this is very generic, of course. The idea here being that instead of the word brand, it would actually have the name of the maker of the truck. Like for example, I don't know, let's say this truck was made by DAF. This would say DAF over here, which is not the case because this is a completely made up truck. Anyway, little text on the forehead of the truck. Ceiling window or port, whatever that is. The side mirrors. I decided to change the position of the wiper, and instead of having it be here on the bottom, like on this first angle of the truck, I'm gonna have to redraw this later. I decided to move it up. I actually made a little test in Photoshop, so I could see how this would move about. Like I drew this on a different layer, and I used the what's it called again? You know, that tool that allows you to spin a layer around, the selection around rather. In any case, I put the pivot right here, so I could swing this from side to side to see how much how much of the windshield this would actually cover and how much it would not. And turns out it looks like the best spot to have this on would actually be the top rather than the bottom, because if it wasn't the bottom, this whole area over here would not be clear for the driver, and I thought that maybe that could cause some visibility issues. And over here we have the bottom corner here, which I figured might not be so bad. I mean, many buses actually have the wipers on the top like this, so, and they are fine. So I figured, you know what, since I'm doing something different, let's put this thing on the top. In any case, so yeah, some minor details here maybe, but otherwise, this angle of the sketch, the sketch for this angle is completely done. Of course, the tires are missing threads, but that's a minor detail. But yeah, later I'm gonna have to come back to this sketch here and redraw the wiper on the top there. And also, when I was working on this angle over here, I realized that I made a little bit of a mistake on how the bottom half of the truck separates right here from the cabin. So I might have to look into that again. But in any case, this over here is for now mostly done. And you know what? I'm actually kind of happy with this, with how this is looking like. It almost looks like an actual truck. I like it. Surgery was 20 minutes long, and I went home 30 minutes after it. That is really nice. I hate being at a hospital. I had to stay stay at a hospital in 2020 for a whole week, and my bed was right next to a window, and I nearly almost jumped out of that window. I hate doctors. I mean, I don't hate doctors, I just don't like going to doctors and hospitals and all that sort of stuff. So it's great that you didn't have to stay there. What was I going to do here? Right, I wanted to save this as a workshop file. So Silver does a blap workshop, replace file, yes. Now let's copy this and bring it over to the progress sheet right here. Let's put that date over there. There, now that is the final version of the sketch. Now I need to open progress sheet for Corel and replace this sketch over here with this one. And then turn all of the black lines into gray. Okay? Yeah, see how his hoof moves over there. I think this here is better. I once had to stay 2.5 months in hospital. That was terrible. Yikes. That is a long time. I thought 1 week was way too much for me. I don't think I would bear that long. Stuff like this is one of the reasons why I should not be using this shade of gray. Stuff like that is one of the reasons why I take so much care not to get sick in the first place. I always wash my hands. My keyboard might probably be the cleanest in the world, and they say that keyboards are one of the filthiest things in the world. My keyboard and my phone are probably one of the cleanest in the world, because I always keep them very clean. Hey Amber, happy Sunday! Thank you so much for joining. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Okay, now let's replace this sketch with the updated version that I have just made. 3 weeks of this was under isolation. Under isolation? What did you do? Frick, I forgot how to center this thing. E? Yes, it's P. Okay. And save. I'm leaving, but I'm working on a few things for my streams at the moment. Sounds good? And I am working on some art. Okay, this is updated now, but I'm not going to start working on the sketch, on the vectors just yet, not immediately. Instead, I'm gonna open a new file, because I don't know if you guys remember, but I am working on both the Silvertrot picture as well as the base template simultaneously. So now, since I have updated the, let's see, commissions, I think that's where I put that. Since I have just updated the sketch on Silvertrot, I'm gonna have to update the sketch for the base as well. So here, let's open edit. Yeah, I have the male version and the female version. I gotta update both of those. The female version might give me a little bit of trouble, because I did have to make many changes to the dimensions of the body. But for the male one, all I have to do is recolor the original lines here, and then replace them with the fix. Basically, just apply a patch. So here, turn that to gray, enable transparency, put white on the secondary color, and make this black again. and now I copy this. So what is the draw me something? You really want to know what happened? Sure, tell me. Amber, the draw me something option allows you to have me quickly doodle you something. But for the record, it is something very simple. That's something that I should be able to do quickly. So nothing advanced. As an example, let me show you. Michael, art, whip. Let's see, Photoshop, stream Dragon Token request. So my viewers have redeemed that option at least 4 times so far, and in those times I drew basically what they asked, but just a very simple doodle, as you can see here. The first one was this: a happy axolotl with a hat. That was the description for the first doodle. The second one, or this was the third one, I can't remember. Someone asked you to draw a cute dragon doing something cute or something like that. I don't remember the actual prompt. I drew a small dragon on top of a table, pushing off a glass of water like a cat. And someone telling the dragon, don't do it, and the dragon doing it. I don't remember what was the request for this one, but it is another doodle. Eventually I might turn some of these into actual pictures, because I like this here, and the dragon on the table. This one was the one that I actually put the most effort into, without having to, just because I actually enjoyed the idea. It was a wings of. This is supposed to be a wings of fire dragon, but yeah, it's simple stuff. So if you want me to doodle something simple quickly, you can redeem that option, and I will do it. Okay, this here is patched. There we go. Save. I was going to say, because I thought it was going to be something else that I was going to say for you to increase the points. I mean, if I were to draw something more complex, more advanced, something that I would actually have to put a lot of effort into, like if I were sketching something like this, like what you see on the screen right now, for example, then absolutely, I would increase the points to something considerably absurd, to some capacity anyway. So to actually do something like this, I just rather be commissioned, to be honest. And instead of points, get actual money. Okay, now how am I going to install this change on the female version here? This differs quite a lot. Quite a lot. Actually, for the female version, I think I'm just gonna have to apply the change manually from scratch. Yeah. Alright, let's do that. Oops, wrong tool. So let's delete this here. Copy, select everything, copy, make a new file, and paste it again, and save it again over the original. And the original, excuse me, the original is here on Pony Does a Blap base. Now the reason why I am saving the exact same picture as a new file over the original instead of just resume works on the original file that I have open here is because, in case you guys don't know, Microsoft Paint has this bug where you cannot use the eraser trick to change colors of some lines and stuff like that with the eraser if you open a file and just starts working on it right away. I don't know why there's a spider on my wall. I just spent over an hour yesterday or something like that removing all cobwebs from my bedroom with a vacuum cleaner. Where the frick did this spider come from? Anyway, so Paint has that bug, and it doesn't happen if you make a new file. So whenever I need to change something on an existing file, in order to avoid the bug, I just copy it into a new file and then save over the original. Also, since I'm here, I think I'm going to do a very small cleanup on this line over here. There. There. I was involved and injured in a car accident. Yikes. Then my heart stopped beating. Yikes. Ambulance did CPR on me for 20 minutes. When I came on a normal station, it turned out that the second person had tuberculosis. I started coughing a lot, and turned out I had it as well. His doctor saw that quickly. The impact I have now isn't a lot. Even if I still feel it now, got a few small holes in my lung. I think I mean lung. Not the short version of the story. I see. Yikes. Thank God I've never been involved in a car accident myself. My dad, however, once run over a train with his car. He didn't get injured though, thank God. And the car, although heavily damaged, managed to still keep working and driving, mind you, all the way from the location of the accident back home. It only stopped working when my dad got home. And fun fact, actually, that car is the exact same car that I now am currently still struggling to finish restoring. Quite a nice little tank that little car is. I love that car. Now, of course, I said he ran over a train, but that's obviously an exaggeration. What happened is that he just simply crashed into a moving locomotive that was driving at a low speed. I think I actually told that story on a stream before. He was driving down, and that was many years ago, over 20 years ago in fact. At the time, we had railway crossings all over the city, and he was coming to one of those, and there were a few trees that were blocking his view from the locomotive, so he didn't see the locomotive coming. And apparently he didn't honk as well to announce its presence. For some reason, that railway crossing did not have any signs, and those gates that close down when a train's coming. So drivers would actually have to really pay attention if there was something coming. So he didn't see that coming, didn't announce itself, and they met halfway across. It completely wrecked the front right side of the car, but it still managed to still keep working, even with a damaged carburetor. The thing was actually completely busted, but it did not stop working. I luckily have never been in a car wreck, but my brother has put the fear of God in me when it comes to driving. Yeah, I am not afraid of driving. I actually really like driving, but you guys may not believe in God. That's fine. I can respect that, but I hope you also respect the fact that I do believe in God. And one thing that I always do, pretty much instinctively, when I am about to leave the garage with the car, is I usually say a very short prayer. In Portuguese, let me see if I can translate. Wait, hold on a second. What is the prayer that I say? Let me see if I can remember. Hold on, I think it's going to be easier if I just type it down. Yeah, this is the phrase. Que Deus me acompanhe na ida e na volta e cuide para que nada de ruim aconteça a mim ou ao carro. So in English, this would be, may God accompany me on my way out and back, and take care for When nothing bad happens to me or this car. Yeah. So whenever I am, and I say this before I shift into first and actually start driving out of the garage, I always say, may God accompany me on my way back. Sorry, may God accompany me. May God accompany me on my way out and back, and take care for that nothing bad happens to me or this car. And when I arrive home, as soon as I stop the car in the garage, I always say, let's see, what is the phrase that I usually say? Frick, why can't I remember now? As long as you don't push Christianity beliefs down my throat, then I respect you. Oh, I never do that. The only Christians I hate is the ones that tell me I'm going to hell because I'm not Christian. That's not really how it works. Then try to force me to a Christian. Yeah, that is not how it actually works. You are not going to hell just because you are not a Christian. That's not how it works. And second, to force anyone into changing their beliefs on absolutely anything, not just religion. Could be a political ideology, I don't know, anything. That is disrespectful, and I personally hate that as well. But yeah, it doesn't apply just to religion. In any case, let me see. Why can't I remember the phrase right now? I say these so automatically now that I kind of forgot. I think it is... Obrigado, Senhor, por me acompanhar na ida e na volta. There are two parts to this phrase. The first one is this. Thank you, Lord, for... Oops, typo. For accompanying me on my way out and back. But I can't remember the other part. There's an and here. I think it's this. Obrigado, Senhor, por ter me acompanhado na ida e na volta. Yeah, I think it's this. Obrigado, Senhor, por me acompanhar na ida e na volta e por nada ter acontecido a mim ou ao carro. So in English, that's thank you, Lord, for accompanying me on my way out and back, and for nothing having happened. Yeah, I think that's right. And for nothing having happened to me or the car. So yeah, I have this little ritual / prayers that I always say whenever I am leaving home and when I come back. I always ask for protection, and when I get back home safely, I always think that I had a safe trip. Also, I accidentally pressed Alt F4 on Microsoft Paint. That's a mistake. Excuse me. I know, unlike a lot of them Christians, I have read the Bible, even though it gave me a god-awful headache. When Mike's brain is on autopilot for something and forgets it when he wants to say something manually. Yeah, I know. But believe it or not, that actually happens more often than I would like to admit. Let me copy this huff. Why did I open a new paint window? I didn't know. I don't need that. I can just reuse this one here. There. I just need only the hoof. Well, a little chunk of the chest over there as well is not gonna hurt anyone. I'm not supposed to paste that here yet. What I am supposed to do is recolor what is currently in here. Just a piece of it, like so. And now I can use the black color to complete the remaining of this leg here. There. Yeah, see, now that I have a gap right here on this leg, I need to close that gap. And that is exactly what I am going to do with a much thinner line, please. Thank you very much. When talking about accidents, there was a car accident yesterday with 11 injured people. The BMW crashed into a minivan with 9 people. Oh, of course, it had to be a BMW, huh? I bet the driver didn't even indicate he was going to change lanes. Okay, but seriously, jokes aside, that is awful. I hope no one was seriously injured. But I myself am a pagan. People's favorite thing to tell me is that I heavy Christians... Wait, I misread that. People's favorite thing to tell me that is heavy Christians. As I live in the United States Bible Belt, is that I am going to hell because I am a witch. It's always entertaining when I start saying gibberish to them and they think I'm cursing them. Oh my god. Now that sounds more like ignorance rather than they just being jerks and stuff like that. Because honestly, Christianity really does not work like that. No. There's actually a proper term for that kind of behavior, and which is actually, mind you, not enforced by the church. It's frick, can't remember right now. You know, when you usually exaggerate too much on something. Heck, I can't remember. The worst part is that I can't remember the actual word, even in Portuguese, which is my first language. It's not being dramatic. No one in the south reads lol. The driver was speeding and driving wrong way. The BMW driver was in the wrong way. The 2 people in the BMW are heavily injured and the 9 are just slightly injured. Here's my cousin a bit more. She had a 3-hour surgery because of it and has several bones broken. Eesh. If you Google the landmass of the United States Bible, Bible belts, you would be dumbfounded as 90% of them are like that. Exaggerated? No. It's not addicted either. It's something close to those words, but it's not those. I really can't remember. It will come to my mind at some point. Okay, so this is now patched. So let's keep this open for now. And move on to this here and finally do the vectors. Obsession maybe? No, it's not obsession either. All 90 people from the minivan are from my family, by the way. Oof. Well, I hope they recover soon. I hope your family has a quick recovery. A slow recovery since they are a bunch of dimwits. Oh man, BMW drivers. Oh, and he was drunk on top of everything. Ay, ay, ay. I am really bothered that I can't remember the correct term for what I'm trying to describe. I can't work on anything until I remember that. It's, man. What are some other terms for obsession? Maybe well, not addiction. Man, really can't remember. But the point is, um, too much of absolutely anything, and literally anything, is bad. And if you pair that with ignorance, that is even worse. And when it comes to religious ignorance, that is even more worse. That is actually something that I have learned in Bible study. I mean, about religious ignorance. That you should not do that, and you actually gotta learn the stuff proper. And I also remember being taught examples of religious ignorance, and what I described there, Amber, sound a lot like what I have learned that I should not do. And honestly, if you don't have Bible religious ignorance, actually, let me rephrase that. For the record, I am not gonna try to convert you or anything. I'm just gonna cite an example. And what I mean is, if you met a Christian that actually knows what they are doing and saying, and actually have studied and are not ignorant, religiously ignorant, you probably would have a different view of Christianity in general. The point is, ignorance is bad. Ignorance in religion, ignorance in science, ignorance in absolutely anything is bad. And the worst part is that it can paint and ruin the reputation of anything for others. It can paint a very bad picture. Farm exists and is a beach. Better with her being young, she's more fragile, but again, at that age she will recover quicker. Indeed. Now let's keep that anchor point there. Okay, so as you can see here now, I gotta change the existing hopes on this on these vectors completely. I'm starting with this one over here. Can I reuse this pointification line here? I might be able to. I will try, because if I can, that is going to save me a lot of trouble. Also, let's go ahead and yeet this Pokeball. There. Better than the BMW driver for sure. I can definitely imagine. Drink and drive is something so absurdly irresponsible. We have a corner here? No, that is wrong. There's still a little bit of a corner there. I hope you guys won't get bored out of your minds, because I'm gonna be honest with you, vector lines is super boring and time consuming. Still, it's far better than how I used to color stuff. I mean, yeah, color stuff. But mostly how I used to draw line arts. That is actually something I should probably do on the next nostalgia stream. God, I'm gonna hate that. Can you pics on your Discord which were in the newspaper. Both cars are total damaged. I mean, if you want to. So long as it matches the rules of the server, it should be fine. Oops. I usually don't hope for that kind of stuff, but on people like that, definitely will. Well, I don't wish the driver of the BMW anything bad actually happens to him, but he does deserve punishment. That is undeniable. Gotta learn his lesson. But you know what is the worst part is that people like that oftentimes do not learn the lesson. That is a problem. Well, one of the problems anyway. Pneumonia is just a beach of a disease that is common in hospitals and is hell to recover. Pneumonia. What do you mean, pneumonia? Isn't ammonia actually just a substance? Okay, let's pointify this part of the hoof. Because pneumonia is indeed a horrible thing to catch, and it is very common in hospitals. Right next up there with hospital infection. Okay, I think this here is enough. That was easy. Lovely. Okay, I think I need to change the curvature on his elbow a little bit. Let's have it curve a little more like that. Yep. That looks good. Let's make a couple extra new ankle points so I can remove this one. Oh yes, I gotta remove the belt and the saddlebag. Send the link from the newspaper article. I watched my brother get it and recover from it in the hospital. It only messes with your breathing for a little bit to stay active. But if it can become permanent if you don't stay active. Yup. My dad has had pneumonia a couple times before. It's awful. It absolutely needs to be treated. The sooner the better. What thickness of line am I using for these, by the way? 1.5? Is that right? Yeah, it looks like it is 1.5. It's not against the rules. The pics just show the damaged cars and a few emergency vehicles. Oh, sorry, emergency vehicles. Just kidding. Kidding. Let's see. Out at Vandom that cookies. I'm gonna assume green is accept. Everywhere. Sorry. Yikes. Rip that BMW. My god. Yeah, the van seems to have fared a lot better than the BMW. One of the advantages of being a bigger vehicle, to be honest. I haven't seen this logo in forever. I think this company is no longer present in Brazil. I remember seeing this when I was a kid, in many gas stations and stuff. Einsatzleiter Feuerwehr Tchau. Fire brigade. I figured. They did look like a fire truck. Yeah, man. I hope everyone was not insured. Frick. I hope everyone had insurance. I think I have learned being a truck driver's daughter. The more lug nuts you have, the higher chance you have of winning in a wreck. Yeah, that is... yeah. Makes sense. Wait a second, how am I supposed to curve this line here? Okay. This is supposed to curve like so, just a little bit, not that much, Mike. Yeah, that seems about right. Operations manager of the fire brigade in Eschau. Oh, Eschau is the city, or a location rather. Also, what language is that? Is that German or Austriac? Austriac? Is that a language? I do apologize for my ignorance. I speak German in Austria as well. Oh, okay, so it is German. Oh wait, I'm doing a dumb here. This line down here is supposed to be up here, and the one that is up is supposed to be down. There, like that. Yeah. There are some slightly differences, but we do understand each other. Sounds a lot like Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese then, and American English and English or British English. No, English. Similar or identical rather, while at the same time being just a little bit different. But with interchangeable understanding. I have to say though, European Portuguese is actually a little more different than, for example, American English and British English. I think the differences are more noticeable in Portuguese than with English, with this example. 12 days ago my father actually got into a minor wreck. Someone was trying to overtake him in a two-lane and cut directly into the side of his semi and crushed the half of the car, but didn't even scratch the semi. Again, as I said, that is one of the advantages of being the bigger vehicle on the road. And it's also one of the reasons why in traffic law, at least in traffic law and especially at driver school, they usually say that the bigger vehicles have to take care of the smaller ones. It's like big brothers watching over the smaller siblings. That is kind of cute, to be honest. It's kind of cute. I kind of like that description. They cut in when he wasn't supposed to cut in yet. Yeah, Carol, that is one of the many reasons why everyone who has a driver license and is controlling a vehicle, no matter how big, no matter how big the vehicle is, no matter how big or small the vehicle is, everyone must always practice defensive driving. Always be alert to their surroundings and everything. So stuff like that won't happen. And if it does happen, the consequences should hopefully be as minimal as ever possible. Seriously, so many accidents so oftentimes can be so easily avoided. Sounds like a typical BMW driver here. Turn sickness. Oh man, BMW drivers. When I was a kid, I wish I had a BMW. I don't know when or why, but at some point I completely changed my mind, and now I couldn't care less for BMWs, to be honest. Especially the newer ones. I do like the older one, the older ones. I think their design is very nice, but modern ones, I look at them and I just think to myself, what's the fuss about this thing? It looks like crap. It looks like just absolutely everything on the road, except it has humongous nostrils. And I am, of course, talking about the grills. And no, I'm not memeing about the thing. Those things actually get bigger and bigger and bigger by the year. It's really ugly, if you ask me. And I don't care if you like BMWs or not. Hate me if you will, but that thing is horrid. I'd much rather be driving my 1980 Fiat 147. Oops, I gotta convert both of these anchor points to curves. Wait, they are. Oh, there we go, that's where I gotta click. My father was also going down the interstate the other night and was overtaking another semi that was swerving a little bit. And when my dad got to their window, he saw the driver was asleep. Oh my god. Note, my driver has train horns on the passenger side of his semi. So you can imagine what happened. I definitely can. Sounds like he had fun. I don't like the newer BMW as well. Hate European garbage. I've once driven the newest BMW M135D, and it was nice and really fast, but I still would never buy one. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not a fan of modern cars. Not a fan of modern cars in general. A couple weeks ago, I actually had to drive my brother's car. He has a 2000. What year is that thing? I think it's 2012, maybe. Yeah, something like that. He has a 2010s Kia Cerato. It's automatic, by the way. I had to drive that thing a couple weeks ago because my family's car was at the repair shop because of the rear suspension, and that car drives nice. It's okay to drive, but I did not enjoy the drive. For one, the steering wheel doesn't feel like it is actually connected to the wheels at all. Like, sure, the thing is supposed to have power steering, while my family's car do not. Maybe it's just because I am too used to not driving with a power steering, but I have driven other cars with power steering before. But they felt different. Something about that car really rubbed me off a little bit. I don't know, I didn't feel a connection to the machine like I feel with my family's car, for example. I don't know how to describe it. It's definitely a car that I would not really buy to myself if I had the money to. Then again, to be honest, I am biased because I do like older cars quite a lot. So if I had the money to buy whatever car I could possibly want in the world, I would buy old stuff. So there's that. I like Chevy and Dodge. I am a very typical American. There's nothing wrong with that. To be honest, if I could, I would buy some American cars. If I could have a car collection, like if I had the budget to buy whatever car I want, whenever I want, I would definitely have some old American cars in my collection as well. What just happened? Why and how did I just yeet that entire line? People say to me that I am the really weird Austrian guy. Why? You can put an old Chevy or Dodge in front of me and I will melt. My dream car is an old Toyota Supra. Everyone seems to be a big fan of Supras. We don't have Supras here, however. Well, we might have them, but they have been imported by people, not actually sold by Toyota. Actually, most of the cars Brazil has in its fleet on the streets, they are either watered down versions of European cars or European imports. I do have to say though, if an European car, or by that, or for this matter, and no offense to anybody, but this is the actual truth, even an American car, if they are imported to Brazil without without going through the proper modifications, especially to the suspension, but also the strength of the body and a few other elements, I have to say, generally speaking, European cars and American cars, at least your average vehicle, they are far more fragile than the regular cheap Brazilian-made car. Even the watered-down versions of the same cars. And the reason for that, excuse me, and the reason for that is because of just how Brazilian roads usually are. You know, the maintenance of those things. Like if you bring a Tesla to Brazil without properly modifying that thing so it can actually survive the roads here, I promise you that car is not gonna last for very long over here. Same thing goes for any BMW, for example. That BMW you were describing earlier, Torpedo, that car will barely last a year or two on Brazilian roads in a straight import, unless it actually goes through the proper modifications to withstand these roads here, which is something that the car companies usually do. Not always though, but they usually do when they officially sell some imported model in Brazil. They actually have to make a few changes to the car, otherwise it won't survive in here. Not to mention the climate as well, because especially with the European cars, those cars, I don't really believe they are really suited for warmer weathers. I have heard of cases where the dashboard on those cars and bumpers would melt because of hot weather. And that is not something that I have ever heard about happening here in Brazil, with cars actually prepared to be here. There's a little nub there that is bugging me. Have you heard of them before? You mean if I have ever heard of the Toyota Supra? Yes, I have, especially memes. Hey, pianist! Happy Sunday, thank you for joining. Welcome. The other Supras are really nice, but the new one is a BMW Z4 in a Toyota cover. Well, to be honest, Torpedo, at least in my eyes, every single car from every single maker nowadays are all the exact same car. Cars have no soul anymore, no character. You look at a car on the road and you look at another one right next to it, they are all very similar, very identical to one another, even if they are from completely different brands. I hate that. Like back in the day, you could go to a parking lot and you will always see how much different each car was, how you would rarely mistake your car for someone else's. Nowadays, that is actually easy. To be honest, I actually, at least a couple times when I was driving my brother's car, I promise you, I did not really recognize it when I came back to it after I parked it. The only thing that actually made me realize which car was his was this little thing that is sort of loose on the back bumper. I recognized that and I said, okay, that is his car. Because I really could not tell it apart from most other cars. I know it sounds silly, but it happened. Maybe I am just dumb, but still. I'd rather say it's because all cars look way too alike. Where I am from, you will never find a new vehicle unless it's a farmer with a brand new pickup truck or his tax write-offs. But everyone usually drives older vehicles from the 50s to early 2000s. Most common years is 80s to 2000s. I think that is about my favorite range of cars as well. Mostly 80s and early 90s. But again, I am a bit biased to say because my Fiat 147 that I am still restoring is a 1980 car, and my family's car is a 1986. So yeah, I do have a bias, I do admit that, but still. I just like old cars. Old, vintage, classics. I love them. Now, one much newer car that I would have if I had the money to afford buying and keeping, obviously. I don't know if the car is actually that good. Supposedly it is, so do correct me if I am wrong, but if I could, I would have a Crown Victoria, a Ford Crown Victoria. That probably is a very big gas guzzler, but I don't know, I just kind of wish I had one. I find it to be a very nice car, very cool. Our newest vehicle. Oh no, I skipped the message. No. Have you ever heard the old Super Sounds? They are so perfect. I have. They sound really nice. Though not a car that I'm actually a fan of, to be honest. I'm in Central Europe. Central Europe. Over the year we have negative 20 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. I've never heard of a car melting. It might melt, but those are the ones that burn down. I promise you, we get high temperatures like that here. Occasion in my area, it is occasional, but there are regions in my country where that is actually very common, especially Rio de Janeiro, for example. I never heard of cars melting parts down over here. But I have heard of European cars in Europe, also American cars in the United States, melting down. I always found that silly. But the major issue they would have here is actually just the roads and their suspension. Our newest vehicle is a 2013 Chevy Cruze, but we bought it off the lot, and it's a good car. But you could kick it in the air, bags would go off again. Oh my god. Crown Vics are tanks! I can't imagine. It's no wonder they have been used for so long, especially by the police force. And dang, those things look nice. Like one of these, for example. Red Ford Crown Victoria. There is one particular photo that I basically drew all over it. Let me see if I can. This is awful looking. If you ever get a Crown Vic, never do this. I'm gonna stab you. Like, look at this beauty here. That is gorgeous. I love that. But that is not the one that I was looking for. I remember this is also beautiful. I'd have one of these here also. I love this. I know it's very boxy, but I'm a fan of this kind of car design. Let me see if I can find the picture that I saw the other day. I wish I had a car with an older aesthetic, but the mileage of a modern vehicle. You can get that, pianist. You can get that. I promise you. You just gotta find just the right car and keep the engine in good shape. Actually, fun fact, you can look this up. This is beautiful. So I'd have one of these here. But yeah, you can look at the. Oh, this is the one. This is the one that I was looking for. That's a beautiful Crown Vic. I don't know what year that one is. It says right here, 1998. It's really pretty. I'd love to have one of those. But yeah, you can look this up. Actually, an older car can generate less pollution over its entire lifetime than an EV if it is kept well maintained. Don't really quote me on that. Check this up for yourself. I didn't make up this data. Especially if the power grid that is feeding the batteries on that EV is a power grid that is fed by coal or oil power plants. I was actually thinking of getting a Crown Vic, but there are no parts in Austria if you need to repair something. I can imagine, because I don't think that a car was actually ever exported out of the United States, was it? No matter how good the car is, if you don't have any parts for repairs, you will run into trouble with that thing. It's what here in Brazil we usually call a bomb car. It's a kind of car that even if it is good, it will be bad eventually, not because it is actually bad, but because you can't fix it if it does need any parts replaced. Of course, you can maybe be able to import parts, but let's be honest, that is a very big hassle. Cars usually melt in the Arizona and southern Texas, where the heat is usually 120 to 140 degrees. I'm gonna assume that's Fahrenheit in the summer. And humidity doesn't exist in the south, so the Crown Vic wasn't made in the United States. It was imported to the US. What? Excuse me, what? Hold on. Me right now.
Hello, dude.
No, hold on a second, not this one.
What? What the fuck?
Yeah, the me in a nutshell right now. Crown Vics are Canadian? The Crown Vic is the most American car, right? How? Oh, my mind has just been blown up. How is it that the most American car that I have ever seen in my entire life, albeit not in person, how come that thing is actually Canadian? Brain arrow failed successfully. Now is a good time to play the fart sound. Excuse me. It is a very American, but it was produced in Canada. My God. Yes, exactly. I have been lied to my entire life. My entire life. Ah. I am out of words. I don't know what to say. I can't believe it. The most American car is actually Canadian. Well, it's no wonder I always thought that the Crown Vic is really nice. If you catch my drift. It's definitely a nice car. Now I know why. Hey, it's just a broken mic through streams. My God, man. I can't believe it is Canadian. You broke me as well. I think Amber broke us all. I think Amber broke us all. Okay, I'm gonna have to curve this some more and add an anchor point right about here, because I need to change the direction of this line over here. A bit more. A little bit more. A little bit less. There, that's just perfect. Fun fact, Chevrolet isn't an American company either. Neither is that. What?
What? What the fuck?
Chevy cars are normally produced in Canada or Mexico, mainly Mexico. Them good for. Okay, so stop right there. There's a difference between where some particular cars are assembled and where the actual company itself is from. So what you're telling me is that the cars you guys are driving from those brands are actually being made in Mexico, not that the brand is from Mexico. because I could swear that Chevrolet is American, an American company. Chevrolet and Dodge. Because otherwise it would be like saying that Fiat is Brazilian, because the Fiat cars that you drive here in Brazil are made here by Fiat. And also that there are some Fiat cars that are driven in Europe and even Mexico and other countries in South and Central America that are actually made here in Brazil and exported. For example, did you know, fun fact, did you know that the Dodge, I think it's called a Dodge Strada, that car is actually Brazilian? Have you ever heard of that one? I think it's actually Dodge Ram Strada. Is it? Hold on, let me look it up. Dodge Ram Strada. Yes, it is. This thing here. This thing is actually 100% Brazilian. And I can prove it. And I heard, I don't know if it is true, but I heard that this car is actually quite popular. Not only in Mexico, but it's starting to become popular in the United States as well. But don't quote me on that. I just heard about it. Probably cheaper to make it there. Yeah, there's that. Certainly why they make them in a different country. Car people doesn't really look at doesn't look like this. Doesn't look at like this. Usually just out of where they are produced. It might be an American brand, but it's produced in Mexico. Car people dictate on where it's produced. Yeah, but there is a very big difference between where the car itself is made and where the brand itself is from. Oops. Toyota produces at least the European cars in Turkey. Mainly because we got mad when they stopped making a pure American car with Chevrolet. Doesn't that have something to do with the decline of Detroit? Okay, that curve there is a bit odd. I might change that later, but for now it is fine. Because I still use the term pure American muscle. Okay, I can see how that would make some car people mad. It's not pure American muscle anymore, Chevrolet. Yeah, I can see how that would make some people mad. But yeah, the Dodge Ram Strada, this is actually completely 100% born and raised Brazilian car. This is actually a pickup version of the Fiat Palio, which was originally made for Brazil, in Brazil, and designed in Brazil. In 1996, I think this car was released. So yeah, the Strada started as this car here, and then it evolved into the pickup version. You see a lot of these here on the roads here in Brazil. But yeah, this car is 100% Brazilian. It is a Fiat. It is made here in Brazil, rebadged as a Ram, and those rebadged ones are actually exported over to Mexico, a few other countries in Central America, and I think the United States as well. But yeah, this thing, 100% Brazilian. And it's a damn good car, mind you. You put the Mexican muscle in the American babes, and I'm not gonna read that last word there. That is a naughty one. Here in Austria, people just care about the car brand, where the car brand is from, and not where they are produced. Americans care where it is produced. They don't care where the headquarters is. They care where it's made. You guys probably should not do that anymore. It sounds like it's bad for your health. Although Amber, you probably will hate me for saying this, but I have to tell you, if you ever come across a Brazilian-made car If it is probably from Fiat, believe it or not, from Fiat, or maybe even Ford or Chevrolet, I can almost guarantee you that car is going to be a good one. Now, even though Brazilian cars are usually watered down versions of European cars, and even the ones designed and made here just for the Brazilian market are usually also much simpler than what you will find in the United States and especially Europe, they are actually very well built and reliable cars. One proof of that is my dad's old 1980 Fiat 147 that is now mine and I am trying to restore, as well as my family's 1986 Fiat Premio. Really good, almost literal small tanks. Let me drink some water. I know it's naughty, I speak some Spanish. My friends are a bunch of Hispanics anyways. That word is actually not only present in Spanish. That also is present in Portuguese and has the exact same meaning. Except in Portugal. Apparently that word in Portugal, European Portuguese, that is pretty much the complete opposite of what it is in Spanish and Brazilian Portuguese. It makes us cry. We just want our American muscles made in America. That's all we ask. Mike, when I popped in, I was going to change something in my stream elements, and I forgot what I was going to do. Oh, sorry. I don't think most Americans care that much. The car people do. Oh yes, pianists, car people usually are very passionate. I'm not exactly a car person myself. I mean, a car guy. I don't have that passion, I mean, the most I know how to do on my car, for example, in terms of maintenance, is add oil and check the coolant on the radiator and change a tire. But I can tell when something's wrong with a car. I just don't know how to fix it. But anyway, I like cars myself, so I absolutely understand them. I just think that some things are a bit unhealthy. But then again, that can be said about almost anything. You have small tanks in Brazil, and I was driving a big tank at the military. Fair enough. Technically, it was a self-propelled artillery, but the M109 is still considered as a tank. I hear a loud engine, and you can ask my mother. My head turns so quick that my neck pops cause it pops the joints. Oh, I absolutely understand you. I do love me a very nice sounding engine as well. You know a car that you probably would like, Amber? And I think I told you about that car before. It's the Chevrolet Opala. The engine on that thing sounds so nice. The car also looks nice. That is another car that I would have if I could. I mean, if I could have a car collection at least. No, I do mean Opala. It is Brazilian. We didn't get the Impala over here, but we got the Opala instead. Yep, Opala. That's spelling. Technically speaking, it's like at least the original ones, the older ones, they were considered to be sort of muscle cars. Why is it cute? The name of the car? I don't know. Maybe it's because we are looking at a pony here, and the term... wait, what was the term again? That was a term associated with muscle cars, like the Mustang, for example. I think it's pony car? I don't know, my brain just went places. It looks like a Chevy Nova got shrunk. Let's take a look at some pictures of the Opala. There have been many versions of the Opala over the years, of course. Chevrolet Opala. What? No!
What?
Shut up, John. Chevrolet Opala. Oh, I made a type here. Chevrolet. There we go. Ah, yes, there we go. Okay, so this here, actually not quite this here. This is one of the later versions of the original. Rather, this here was the original Opala here in Brazil. Also this one. And over the years it received a few upgrades, facelifts and stuff. So it started to morph a little bit. And yes, I believe this is the one that you said it looks a bit like the Chevrolet Nova. There's also this one here. And eventually it turned from that into this, which I believe this one is the Chevrolet Commodore. Very nice Opala. There's also this one. But the one that I would probably have if I could, this is a gorgeous one. I love this one. Actually, this car has a lot of very passionate fans here in Brazil. Mike, you sound pad. You need sound pad so you can play audios. Yeah, I tried making one work, but it didn't work. So I gave up on that. I drive it. I never drove one of these, but I hear they drive like a dream. It is a very big gas guzzler, however. This is a rare version of the classic one, the Opala SS. This car here goes for a super high price nowadays. Actually, almost all versions of the Chevrolet Opala. The money you spent on buying one of these nowadays, you could most certainly buy a very nice brand new car. But anyway, the last version of the Opala was a Diplomata in 1992. This beauty here. There, look at that thing. This is one that I would love to have in my garage, if I could have a collection, that is. Let me see if I can find a nicer picture of that. Oh yeah, this red wine colored one here. That is a very nice Chevy. And it sounds gorgeous as well. Such 1965 Chevy Impala. I have seen that. It is a beautiful one too. Let's see here, 1965 Chevrolet Impala. Oh yes, especially this one. That is a beautiful one. Also the one they use on the Supernatural show. That is a beautiful version. I actually think it is the same as this one. No, it is a bit different. The one they used on the show, I think it was this one here. The Chevrolet Impala dies, the car that helped to give life to our Opala. Ah, they are cousins. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. This is a beautiful, beautiful Impala. But yeah, they are cousins. That's why you thought they looked similar. Because I do. Looks like a squished Crown Vic. I have a model of it. They brought back the Impala, but it looks so trashy. Let's see. New Impala. I think I made a typo there, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't like it. It's boring. It looks like just any other car on the road. It's very boring. The shade of red is very nice. This one does look a little pretty, but as for the design itself, it's boring. Yeah, very boring. Between one of these, for instance, and one of these, let me show you. Yeah, if I were given the money and told, hey, you can buy any car between these. You can either have this Impala or This old, rugged, little, tiny box with wheels made by Fiat in Brazil in the 1970s and 80s. Which one would you pick? 100% without hesitation, I would say, I want the Fiat 147, please. Thank you very much. I'll take it. I actually really like this car. It's a really good car. It has its imperfections, but it's a really good car. And it has a really good mileage too. They have talked about bringing back the Chevelle, but the car community literally said, you bring that car back and make it look like modern day garbage, we will put the company into debt. Yeah, man, that's the way you talk to companies. You speak with your wallet. That's the only language they understand. It's one of the reasons why there's that phrase that I actually do appreciate. The phrase that says, go woke, go broke. It makes sense and it is true. Chevelle is the legendary drag racing car. Don't ruin. Yeah, I find it a big sin when people ruin classics. Though, to be fair, I do have a bias in regards to classics. Well, cars in general, even if it's new. I do prefer originality over than something customized and stuff like that. Like when people lower the suspension, put giant wheels, for example, giant speakers, remove the original steering wheel and dashboard, replace the seats, that sort of stuff. Nah, I really hate that. The Chevelles were so loud, but the engines purred so beautifully. I can imagine. Okay, that seems fine. Let's make this line here now. I am first going to finish this silver trot, and once all of the lines for him are done, I'm going to modify them again to remove all of the elements that identify this character as Silver Trot. And I'm gonna leave these final line arts being completely bare bones, because that is what I'm going to use as the base template for the YCH. My father had a 1968 Chevelle when I was younger, and he drag raced it. Nice. Does he still have it, or he eventually sold it? I'm gonna assume he sold it or something like that. At the time he went against a 2008 Dodge Viper in a drag race as a final two for the final prize of $10,000. I hope he won. Whenever I see competitions where a older / classic car is competing against a newer car, I always cheer for the older one, especially if it is a car that I like. Gap the Viper by 10 seconds in a 2-mile trip. 10 seconds, that is a lot of time actually, especially against a Viper. Okay, this line seems to be fine, but at the same time, there's something wonky about it. Let's see without the sketch. Okay, I see what's wrong. It needs to be just slightly thicker on this area over here. So let's make it so. Move this over here. But that always ensured the engine weighed enough to keep the front end on the ground when he took off. Is it, I was gonna ask, I was gonna make a very dumb question. I was gonna ask if that car was front end or here, what am I saying? If it had front traction or, no, not front traction, that's not the term, frick. Ah, forget it. Point is, those cars are usually the sorry, I'm trying to focus on this and I'm having troubles thinking of words. Yes, here wheelbase, that's what I was trying to say. I thought about asking if it was front wheel or heel wheels, but then I remember that those were usually always rear wheel. This line is not quite right. It needs to curve some more. Mostly here on the bottom. Okay, that might be enough. Let's save. Always remember to frequently save your progress. It's starting to get a little dark here, so give me a second to turn on my light. There we go, that's much better. Back tires on it is about 2 times the size of the front wheels, as it helped the car keep traction with the bigger tires in the back. Yeah, that is why all drag racer cars always have those. I'm not too sure, however, why the front wheels are usually very minuscule. They're almost like bicycle wheels in terms of thickness. Then again, I never looked into the reason, into why that is so. But I just don't know. Okay, is there supposed to be a curve going outwards here and then inwards like an S? Or am I seeing this wrong? I might want to check on the original. Or reference. Because normally drag racing cars are rear-wheel drive. The front wheels are just needed to steer if it goes out of control. So basically the wheels are usually very minuscule just because it needs to be, you know, to shave off some weight. So they keep them very tiny just to serve as minimal function as possible. No, not as minimal function as possible, but just to serve the function of steering, while at the same time, where am I going here? While at the same time, shaving off weight. Oh, there it is, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Ah, okay, it is just a curve. Okay. So this here should be right. Because you've never seen a drag racing car being drove normally, unless it gets retired and put on a normal frame. Makes sense. Okay, let me take a look here. I think I have finished redefining all the lines for this Silver Trot. Oh no, I have not. I gotta redo his eyes, because originally I made this to not be shaded and layered, but now I am going to do that, so I do have to redo his eyes. Let's see, how am I gonna go about with that? First of all, I need to reduce the size of this thing here. Let's begin by let's delete this entire line. Okay. Now Let's draw a line like that again. But this time, let's make it look thinner. I love having to tell my VTC partner that my event team is a bunch of lazy little that won't make a single event. Sounds lovely. Let's change the thickness of this line to 1 pixel. Okay, this seems to be fine for starters. We can just get this curve right. That would be fantastic. Okay, I am going places with this. This is going well. The idea here is to make it look like the entire line art of the eye is just one single line, and that I have to remove that anchor point, in which it is thin on the bottom and then it thickens up here as it goes around. So this must look even. Okay, let's remove the sketch for a moment. Let's take a look at this without the sketch. Yeah, that is looking better. But maybe make a very small change right here. Increase the curvature a little bit. Are you surprised, Torpedo, because you have never heard of that VTC, or because you know it but you had no idea that Ember is the owner? Okay, I think I just messed up this. Oh no. Did I? Yeah, I think I did. Okay, I'm gonna have to change the position of this anchor point, because this isn't working out as I need it to. Okay, I think this might be enough now. Almost got it. I'm gonna make this side a little thinner. That's too much. This part over here is a little flat. I need to make that a little rounder. That might be enough. Okay, I think this works. Let's put the sketch back in place and carry on. Let's make the same changes now to his right eye. Begin by removing this line. Do I actually have to remove this line? What if instead I simply make it thinner and just move it around a little bit instead of drawing a brand new one? That should save me some trouble. Maybe. Or maybe not. I don't know. I'm gonna try. I am so glad that I'm not the only one who got confused by Amber's name change. Okay, let's bring this blue line up a bit. You hate that you remember your TMP ID? Why do you hate it, Amber? If anything, you should be happy that you can remember all of those numbers. My TMP ID is only 4 numbers and I have no idea what it is. I only know that it starts with 3. That's all I remember. Okay, I think I might need to make some change to the line here of his muzzle. Or do I? Maybe not. Maybe what I need is actually to change this line here. Let's make that one thinner as well. That should also eliminate the little gap that I'm having right here. Let me raise that a little bit. And I think that's about it, actually. I will see about making a change to that line on his muzzle, but let's save here first. Okay, this thing here. Let me make a couple anchor points down here so I don't mess up the entire line. Let's move just this anchor point up here. Abandon EMP. Ooh, rip the person. Okay, I don't know what I have just done here, but that looks much better, I think. Yeah, I think it looks better. Let's check this without the sketch. Yeah, it looks better, but it can be a bit better. Let's bring this line... Oops. Let's bring this line down a little bit more and curve it a little bit more over here. Now let's make a small change to this one. Oh, that looks so much better. So much better. Okay, let's put the sketch back in place and save. Ah, look at his face. I love it. Okay. So I think all of the lines that needed to be redefined are ready. Now the next thing that I'm going to have to do with this silver trot here is to separate certain elements of him into, well, into elements of their own. Excuse me. So I can make individual layers, like for example, take his head, remove it from the body, so I can have just the head in one PNG file, have the body in another file all alone by itself, the tail with the back part of his mane also being on a different file. That sort of stuff, and then turn this into a base template. But I'm going to do that after a brief bathroom break. Not me eating 5 members. You guys seem to be having a lot of fun in those BTCs. Anyway, guys, I'll take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back in just about a minute. And when I get back, I will now prepare these line arts to become separate layers and then work on the base template. And anyway, in any case, I meant to say anyway and in any case at the same time, and it came out as in any way. Well, anyway, in any case, I'll be right back.
She is only a princess in the eyes of the world, but she's my queen. She's a knight at the circus, lemon ice cream girl, 'cause she's so sweet. Like a field of roses, like a melody sung by an angel choir. I had always imagined it was just my mind, but she's no dream. Bound as one we will stay.
Hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated.
No one's ever gonna say you and I are just a game.
Never wanders without me, never drops his guard, and that's alright. Says he can't live without me, says I'm in his heart, he's my life. Like a reverend soldier, like a guardian, who's always looking out. Never thought I would find him, or that he'd find me. Now
And I am back. Hey Ash, happy Sunday. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Alright, let's begin. And let's begin by saving this file again, but with a different name. So let's go to save as and rename this to Alpha 1. And the reason why is because the next changes that I'm gonna do are going to be more significant. Hydrate Mike, he made you hydrate. Drink water. Oh, so he did. It was probably before I came back to the computer, so that's why I didn't hear the voice saying hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated. Let me go glug glug here. Good refreshing water.
Hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated.
Okay. There you go. Excuse me. I am almost halfway down my glass of water. Right. Now let's see. How am I gonna get started with this? Well, first of all, planning. I want his tail, this part of his mane, and his goatee to be together in the same layer. I think. Yeah. And once more so that you can... We just started again. Oh boy. Okay, actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Let's move the sketch over there and the guideline over here so I can have a complete clear shot of the line arts on his tail here. Okay, now let's unselect. Wait, hold on. Okay, so that is grouped. Fine. Let's unselect the streaks. I selected just the streaks. That isn't that is not what I want. Alright, let's try it this way. Let's select line by line. Nothing can be left behind. That is extremely important. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on a moment. Color all of those blues so I can see them over here. Now we pull a little bit of this into here, go around and end there. Okay, nice. Follow that black again. Oh, okay, right. That's because I have not selected these again. There, and boom. Okay, now I have to select these. All good. And I group them together with Ctrl G. And that is not supposed to be selected. Ah! Oh no, wait a second. Okay, that is in the right place, but what is this here? What are those? Wait, what? Oh, they are up here. They are up here. Oh, okay, I see. I know what these are. These are patches. These are patches that I am not including on the selection because I couldn't see them. Okay, there should be one right here. Yes. And where is the other one? Boy. I don't see the other patch. It's in here somewhere. Even coloring these blue, I still can see the patch that is supposed to be here. Okay, plan B. Let me group the ones that I have here so I can move all of this stuff. Okay, the patch is right here. Why is there a patch right there? Apparently, that is not required. Well, it is not visible either way. So, it's still bugging me that it's there at all. Okay, hang on a moment. Wait, I thought I had grouped. I undid the grouping. Okay, fine, since I did, let me see if I can identify where exactly this freaking patch is. And why is it here? It's there. It's underneath everything. My driver's list is getting longer and longer. I have problems finding the right driver to log the warning. You guys should start using IDs. And before, in order to join the VTC, they have to show a real-world driver's license. Oh my god, imagine that. Okay, let's group that tail together. Okay, we have a tail. Good. Keep that there. Let's now select the mane and his goatee. Let's begin with the goatee. Here's let's expand the lines of the goatee to behind the chin. Very well. Oh yes, I gotta do that same thing with the mane. Hold on. Here's that to black. Here's this to blue. Okay, this can be expanded this way. This here goes like so. Miss Buffles! Thank you so much. Welcome. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. Okay, and now we have this meet that line. And voila! Now we color that black. Keep that selected, and then we select the goatee together. Group these two together. Nice, just like that. And now with that group selection selected, we select the tail over here. And we group these two together. And there we go, we have our first layer. Let's save. If every VTC would require driving licenses, they lose the entire group. I know, I was just joking about the license. Although, just kidding. Let's go ahead and group this eye. Just so it will stay like that. Oh my god. That looks horrifying. Excuse me. Okay. For the mane, excuse me. For the mane on the top of his head, do I want that on the exact same layer as the head itself? I guess so. In which case, let's separate the ear over here, the right ear, so I can make that into a layer of its own. There we go. Hang on. There. And that back into black. Good. see about his neck now. Oh, wait a second. The line art of the neck is also the line art of his handkerchief. GG, Torpedo. Okay, separate the line, that line there. That can be a problem. I mean, not. How am I gonna do this?
Tell me, someone show me.
Yeah, this line here, it absolutely must stay on the handkerchief.
I'm supposed to be. If
How am I going to do this? Without having to redraw the entire line anyway.
to the deep blue sky,
Because this line here for the neck, I need to extend that to down here and then go all the way across and connect with this line over here, because the head is going to be on a layer behind the layer where the handkerchief and the body are going to be located. The handkerchief and the body itself are going to be one layer. Let's save. Okay, I can do this. I just don't know how to do it yet. Let's maybe... Let's break these apart. Okay, break apart. Now, even though these are still technically the same line, they are disconnected from one another. Question is, can I select just the one down here? No, I cannot. But maybe I can select just its anchor points. No, I cannot.
I know where I'll be. Oh, I can dream. I'm lost and behind, but I found
What if I copy his entire line, even though it is disconnected, but it is still the same line? At least that is how CorelDRAW treats it. What if I copy this selection and don't paste it yet. Delete all of the anchor points that are composing the top side here of the handkerchief. Leave just the line art for the neck over there and expand that downwards like this. And now I paste the selection that I made. Okay. Change colors so I can see the boundaries. And now I go over here and delete that there. Yes, I'm a genius. Big brain time. Okay. I have to connect this red line with the black line there. That belongs to the handkerchief. But one problem at a time. For now, let's focus on problem solving with my dragon, right? Let's focus now for the moment on his neck. And I need to select this line art here. Why can't I select it? Oh, I see why. Okay, that's because the main line art is on top of that line. So what I gotta do is send the main a few layers below. And I'll know I'm there when... Actually, I don't know when. I don't know when. Let's just keep sending this back. Hold on a second. What did I select? Am I still selected? Huh? Okay, yes. Maybe I can select the line yet again already. I mean, I don't know. I can't English anymore. I can't talk. No, I still gotta go further down some more. Let's try now. Nope, still not. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna send this all the way back. I will know the point to stop when the blue line intersects with the black line, but going behind it on the ear over here. So right now you can see the blue is going over the black. I'll send the blue one back until the point where the black goes over the blue. There it is. Okay, this should be enough now. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. But change those blue lines there back to black because, yes, this has to be blue. All right. Now from here, we stretch another line and connect that one with the neck. Now these lines don't actually have to be connecting, you know, and become just one single line. I just need the colors to intersect.
Challenge the Dragon has just been redeemed for 1000 dragon tokens. Mike now has to play a match of tic-tac-toe against whoever redeemed this option.
Very well then, let me just finish this up. I only needed the color to actually intersect with each other because, well, on Photoshop I will have to use the magic wand tool to make a selection here, and this is all I need. Besides, this stuff over here is actually not going to be visible at all. So this is what I need. So let's save here. And let's play a match of tic-tac-toe. Alright. Let's go here on paint. And you know what? Hold on, before we start. Let's play with Silvertrot on the screen. There. He'll be here, he'll be watching the match. With that stupid face. I love the face. Okay, let's see here. Yeah? Nope. Why can't I draw a straight line? There we go, that's better. Oops. Alright, so let's play some tic-tac-toe. So Ash and Mike. Actually just A and M. That will be enough. Oh, you're sharing the game. It's a multiplayer tic-tac-toe game. Very well then. Let's just copy this here. I accidentally resized the whole thing. Fine, I'll just use this here. There we go. Actually, you know what? Let's move this over here. Let's bring silver down. And I forgot to number the rows. 1, 2, 3. That 3 is ugly. 3, that's even uglier. 3, 4, 5, 6. That 6 is very bad. That's worse. That is even more terrible. There we go. 7, 8, and 9. There. Oh my god, why can't I... Ah! There. Alright, so the first move. X starts. Where would X go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 or 9. By middle torpedo, do you mean on number 5? Alright, X on 5, I guess I am circle this time. Very well. I'm gonna go on 7. Your move.
All the help I had and where it came from.
6. Alright. Then I'm gonna go on 4.
Now the earth has kept its brilliant blue and green. Though we walk a thread through all the lives, our living goes beyond the sky. Coincidence, it all may seem.
The loser gets licked by Silvertrot. Alright. X on 1. That forces me to put a circle on 9. X on 8. So, a circle on number 2. Of course we gotta draw. I am drawing everything. Just kidding, I know what you mean. X on 3. And I win. Just kidding. Alright, that's a draw. I forgot what I usually put here when we have a draw. Actually, I think we don't put anything. Also, by the way, this is supposed to be a best of 3.
Now the earth has kept its brilliant blue and green.
Select this again. There we go. Okay, so I start now with circle. This time I'm gonna start on number 1. Your turn. Oh, I remember what I do. There's supposed to be a D here for draw. Alright, X on 9. Let's see, then I'm gonna have my circle. Where am I gonna have a circle? I think I'm gonna have it on 3. Your turn. Okay, X on 2. Trying to block me, aren't you? Circle on 5 then. X on 7. I see. Circle on 8 then. Hey, we have a Y here. Nice. X on 6. And that leaves me with a circle on 4. And we seem to have another draw. Very well then. Your turn to start. Six. Alright, X on 6. This time I'm gonna have my circle. That's a big circle. On 9. Hmm. That was a nice move. I didn't realize that. Didn't realize it at first. Seven. Okay, then I'm gonna have my next circle be on 1. Yes, 1. Although that might have been a bad move. Okay. Then circle on 4. Yeah, that was a bad move. And you want this one. That was my bad. So Ash gets 1 point. Okay, my turn to start now then. Let's have my circle now be on number 5. Your turn. Not gonna lie to you guys, I cannot stop staring at this face here. Okay, 6. I'm gonna go on 3. No, wait. Yes, I'll go on 7. Three. Alright, X on 3. Then circle on 9. And the next X is going to go on. Next X goes on 1. Okay, then I'm gonna have my next circle be on 2. That one? Oh my god, I do. I completely missed that. I completely missed that. I was supposed to put the circle right here instead of... Oh my god. I cannot believe I've done that. Oh, Jesus. Something's wrong with me. Okay, that's the 3rd draw. I'm not doing too good, Doc. Alright, whose turn to start it is now? Wait, hold on. Who started the last one? That was me, so it is you now. How did I miss that? My god. Okay, 5. So this time I'm gonna have my circle go on 4. I used to be better at this game. Nine, X on 9. Then circle on 1. X on 7. You have surrounded me. Very well, Axon 3, and you won again. My god, how did I miss that move back there? Nah, he's not good. I am just not playing well today. I'm just kidding, he's good. Okay, so my turn to start now, right? I'm gonna start on 9. Or Mikey bed. I mean, whatever works. Although I do have to say, I am not playing well today. I promise you, I am usually better at this. Okay, 5. Then I will play on 1. Yes, he bad. Oh, you meanies. I'm gonna tell my dad. Your turn. That was my brain. When I was supposed to put a circle on 8, and I put it on 2. Okay, X on 7, then I'm gonna put my circle on 3. Did I? I already put something on 3. My circle is on 3. Yes, put the X on 3. Your options are 2, 4, 6, or 8. I think a torpedo. Alright, X on 6 then. In which case, the only other way I can possibly put my circle is going to be on number 4 minus 2. Which means this one I won. Hey, there we go. Finally, I did something right. Okay, now whose turn to start is it now? It's going to be you. Very well. Mike, you're not bad. Thank you. I told you I am usually better at this game. It's just today I am a bit off. Alright, let's begin here. X on 1. Then I'm gonna put my circle on number 9.
Don't really know if she saw me. I wonder if I'll ever learn. Oh yes, I know I'll be
Your turn.
sorry if I don't make it.
X on 7.
The boat has got an
Okay, that forces me to put a circle on 4.
accident, elegant perfection she is. She's the mirror's got everything but emptiness.
3. And let's go number 2. Ah, boy.
Little fashionista can't get a break. Too many dresses, and there's no escaping.
Very well, and you win this one. 1, 2, 3. You won the best of 3. Congratulations, and now I get to get licked by this unicorn over here. A magical lick. That was a good game. I could have played it so much better. I could have played so much better. But good game. Thank you for the match. Alright, now back to the boring vector lines. Although to be fair, today is actually not, I don't feel this too boring, or not as boring as I usually feel this like. Okay, so I have now the neck. Okay. I think now it is the moment where I have all of these lines get grouped. So let's select all of them. Everything that belongs to the head. Okay, that happened. Including the tongue over here. And the nostrils. And I think I want to include the line art for the eye. I cannot click this because it's grouped. Ah, crap. Okay, let's ungroup the eye. Let's select stuff again. Yes. Okay, select that. Now his cute tongue. The nostrils. Both eyes. The horn. Whoa! Why is that one so funny? Seriously, why is that one so funny? Oh, imagine if I wasn't mature enough. I mean, I guess I am not because I did laugh. That one is funny. I'm not farting, you are farting. Okay, that is selected. Alright, I think I have all line arts for the head selected. So let's group them together. And let's decapitate this horse. Not really. Let's just move his head over here to see if I have everything. Yep, I do have everything. Very good. So guys, we have another layer done. And save that. And now I gotta get the handkerchief and the body together. Horse beheaded, it's fine, he's going to be fine. I have reattached his head for now. Okay, I'm gonna need to select some stuff here. Hold on, is this grouped? No, it's not. Put this on top. Okay, now this here might be a little bit of a problem. I gotta unify the blue line with the red line so they will look like they are the exact same line. How do I do that? In a way that appears to be believable. I can maybe. Yeah. Let's bring this anchor point down a little bit. Curve it. And have it match the curvature of the red line. As best as I can possibly make it. Okay, that seems okay. Now we gotta remove that over there. Let's make a new anchor point right here and bring this one down a bit. Curve that. Okay. Now we select the red line here and make a new anchor point right over there. Delete that. Now if I did this correctly, and I did, they look like they are one single line. That is exactly what I needed. Very well, let's begin selecting stuff here. Why has everything been unselected when I click here? What the hell? Oh, it's because the head is on top of everything. That's why. Well, sorta. I gotta send the head to behind the handkerchief and the other lines from his body. There, this should be enough. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. If I touch the head, you've touched the head wrong. That's why. Well, it still has a head. That should be worth something. There. Now that one, this one, that. Nothing can be left unselected. Oh, wait. This hoof. That should be another layer. As it stands. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Let's unselect everything. I know what to do. I gotta reconnect this here. Invert to curve. I think that should be enough. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it should be enough. Let's send this back a few layers. There, just so I can see this here. Okay. Let's select stuff again. I did that because that hoof over there, his right front hoof, is supposed to be in a layer of its own. And right there it was intersecting with the layer of the body, which is supposed to be in front of that layer. Uh-oh. I can't select this line. Why can't I not select that one? Alright, let's unselect stuff yet again and try to figure out why I cannot select that one. Must be all the way back behind there. Yes, it was. That's why I couldn't select it. Okay, let's select stuff again for the third time. There. There. Oops. Oops. Yeah, that. I almost forgot about that one. Let me just read the rule rework. And don't really like that the ban evading is just a 90-day ban. Many people who shouldn't come back to TMP might now come back and try again. They changed the ban evasion rule? I wasn't aware of it. Though to be fair, I haven't checked anything TMP today. Personally speaking, I do agree it should be permanent. However, do bear in mind that back in the day, people who would get banned for cheating would be banned for only 1 month. Also, this leg here is supposed to be a layer by itself, so let's forget about all the selections that I have just made here, and instead make some new lines for the body. The zone's kind of made it boring. Well, people in Calais Duisburg made Truckers MP, oh, Euro Truck Simulator rather, boring. Blame them. There we go. Now let's make it this black again. And black. And now, for the fourth time and hopefully last, let's select every single one of these lines again. Oh man. I should rename the mod to Kaleidosburg Simulator. Why can't I select it? There we go. Not actually, because American Truck Simulator is still supported by TMP. And thank God there's nothing even remotely close to anything that might even resemble Kaleidosburg over there. So like that. And okay, I think this is everything now. Okay, only one way to actually find out. Let's group and move. I'm missing this and I'm missing that. Whatever those are. Oh, they are patches. Okay, ungroup. Where's the patch? I know someone who I expect to come back trolling again. He's been with 18 evidence. Oh my god, 18! That's a lot. I still feel TMP doesn't really give much love to ATS. It definitely doesn't. Not in my opinion, anyway. But neither does the community. Where is the patch that is supposed to be there? And for that matter, wasn't there another one around here somewhere? Okay, there's that quantification, but where's the patch that I saw here? Okay, let's group this and move it again. Okay, there's the patch. Why could I not select this thing? It's right here. Ungroup. Like, it's right here. Why can I not? Why I cannot select it? This is annoying the crap out of me. Can I move? Oh, there we go. There we go. Finally. Finally. Okay, group again. Like those 18 videos playing 2 days on CD Road for 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, people like that. I should try and restrain my opinions, and better not say what I am thinking. Okay, we got another layer. Finally. Now let's work on this hoof over here. Let's select all of this, bring all of them forward as well as this one. Let's make this all of this blue and that one as well. I'm gonna make both of these be the exact same element. You think the same thing as I do, probably. I cannot confirm nor deny. Okay, those are together. Now we connect this to that over there. Back to selecting everything and make it black. And oh, hold on. This is supposed to be in the same layer as the ear. I almost forgot about the ear. Okay, and we select, and we have the last layer that we needed. Very good. Put the sketch in the center, put the guideline in the center, save, and now it is time to export every single section of this Hold on, I did it wrong. I forgot about this leg over here. And that's another layer. There we go. Now we actually have everything. Imagine spamming Streamlabs. I mean, just some automatic messages that show up every, I think I set those to every 60 minutes more or less. Anyway, we got everything. Now it is time to export every single section of this horse as a separate file. Let's begin with whatever I end up with here. Let's begin with the body. Should this be on a separate layer? Nah. It's gonna be fine. So let's see, export. The problem, however, is that I'm gonna have to export this in the exact same resolution. Wait, what am I saying? Never mind what I'm saying. Body line art. Let's use a resolution of 1000. Why can't I type? Cover your eyes, children. Why? That is taking a while to save. There we go. How big is this picture? Very big. 20,177 pixels by 16,760 pixels. That is way too much. Stop dinging. Okay, hold on. I gotta make a few changes here. Well, first of all, the size of this canvas. Excuse me. The size of this canvas is designed to work with that with the comic that this silver was originally drawn for. I just realized I haven't actually thought of what the actual picture itself is supposed to be like. Larger than my screen size, and also larger than my bank account. Hang on. Okay, I know what to do. Let's go back here to workshop. And we gotta think of a background, something to go along with this so I can actually properly define the actual size the canvas is supposed to have. Hey, Reptane, happy Sunday. Welcome and thank you for joining. Good to see you here. Okay, let's begin by turning this silver trot gray. The reason for that is because I am going to draw over this silver sketch. Ironic I called this a silver sketch, considering that I meant silver as in the name of the character, but also there's the fact that I am coloring this gray right now, which is usually the color associated with silver. So therefore, pun not intended. Anyway, let's select just the sketch over here. What kind of background could I have here? A landscape. Maybe, but what kind of landscape could it be? And how would a landscape match this? Wait a second, I just remembered something. Or did I? No, I lost it. Okay, I have to give this some good thought. I should probably have done that weeks ago, but I forgot about it. Um, this does need a background. Like if you take a look at my previous YCH this year, I gave it a sort of landscape-ish kind of environment there. I want something for the pony as well. But I don't want to do something like this again. I want something different. It can still be a landscape, but even if it is a landscape, I gotta think of something different to draw. But what? Also, preferably something that matches what the character is doing. But what? I could draw an indoors background, maybe have a table behind him or right next to him somewhere here. Maybe on this area here, since there's a lot of empty space. And I don't know, maybe Naughty, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. What was I saying? Right. So I could, if I do an indoors scene, what would be silly but also fitting, considering that we have a blap here. Thank you so much, Naughty. Like I could have maybe a table back here somewhere, maybe at an angle. This is not the actual table, I'm just doodling for some reference. Like maybe have a table behind him, and we could have a cake on top of this table. Maybe some cupcakes as well. Pretend that's a cupcake. Like it could be at a party. I don't know. But we also have to bear in mind that this is not going to be just a Silvertrot picture. This is going to be, is supposed to be a YCH. So whatever background I draw, it has to match literally any character I can possibly draw in place of Silvertrot. And a chair near the table. Yeah, it would make sense. Right, like a chair over here. Pretend that's a chair. That is a horrible chair. Then again, I am just... You know, I think that when I was 4 years old, I used to draw better chairs than that. But that's fine, as I said. This is just a mock-up. Okay, so let's say that I actually go with the idea of having a table here with cake and stuff. We still need stuff on the background. You know what? I could draw Sugarcane Corner from Legends of Equestria. But which angle of that place? Nah. Not. I really don't know what I should put on the background now. I take back that the one person I know can play TMP again because of the rule change, banned for hacking something. I gotta look into these changes. What, a big mushroom as a background? Big mushroom. You know what? Maybe. move this down a bit more. Let's see. The only problem with this is that, considering the face the character is doing with the tongue sticking out on that, doing that blep, it kind of implies he might have licked the mushroom. But that actually does not look bad. And we could have a very big tree trunk back here. Oops, that went a little too far. Like he's in the woods. He or she, because the template is supposed to fit both a mare or a stallion. Yeah, this is supposed to be the trunk of a tree. Yes. I think something's happening here. And now I can actually draw some grass back here. Like maybe he's at the top of some hill of some sort. So a little bit of curvature over there. And actually, this we need to go down a bit lower. I mean, this.
Hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated.
That is a good idea. Yes, but I need to bring this to the side a little more because the character has to be in the very center. This should be more or less what I need. Yeah, I think that might work. There. Now back here we could have some hills off in the distance, maybe. I do like mountains. And another one over there. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there, and then we just have some clouds for the sky, you know? Cloud over there. Maybe some very big clouds on the horizon. Behind the hills. Pretend these are supposed to be clouds. The background is going to be drawn completely in Photoshop, so all I need is basically just an idea of what I'm supposed to draw. So yeah, that should work. Okay, now let's put this on top of everything here. There, aligned with pixel perfection. Let's turn this gray, actually no, turn the black. No, wait. Yeah, turn the dark gray into red for now. Because I want to turn all of the lines in black that I drew for this sample of a background into light gray, and then I'm gonna turn this sketch back into black. Yeah. First cloud kind of look like a UFO. I suppose it does. Maybe it is a UFO, but disguised as a cloud. We'll never know. the shroom. Okay. Let's do some cleaning up here in the mushroom, so it is a little more clear what we are looking at. Also, this is the very first time ever that I draw a mushroom. And it's fine that I am accidentally erasing some lines that are not really supposed to be erased. This is, after all, not even a sketch really, it's just a doodle. But this is gonna be my reference for the background. You have another stupid idea? What is it? I mean, it's not stupid if it works. No, not really. That is arguable. And yeah, that should work. I'm gonna turn this into black. Make the eraser big again. An alien invasion. That could work, but for the idea of this scene here, I don't think it really matches. Okay. Yeah, that works. And this, excuse me. 1216 870 pixels. This should be a much better size for the final thing. Let's save this sketch here as canvas and background sample. The character too cute for the invasion. Yeah, I can't stop staring at this silly face here and not smile. I love that stupid face I drew for him. Alright, now, just for the sake of yes, let me do another change here. Let me see what this sketch with the doodle for the background is going to look like if I use here the template for the YCH. Actually, I already have that open here somewhere. Yes, it's here. Here. Now let's remove the pink. So we have just the template. Oh heck yeah, this is going to work. Let me see with the female one. I'm going to align her with... yeah, there we go. The movie Avatar or the anime Avatar? Either way, I haven't watched any. Oh, yes. Yes, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. Should I have some portion of the leaves of the tree showing up here? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that works. Okay. Now I have to bring this into quarter draw and see if I can possibly somehow align all of these lines with that sketch. So let's change this black to brown. So these black line arts are not going to mix themselves up with the black line arts on the vectors. Thank you so much, Noti. Okay, let's save this. And now here on CorelDRAW, I'm going to change this to Alpha 2 actually. Let's put away my pen and let's import that new sketch. Okay. Actually send this back. All the way back. There we go. Okay, now here's something that might be a bit difficult. I have to move all of this and place it exactly where the sketch of Silvertrot is on this sample. The alignment doesn't really have to be exactly perfect, but I need to get this as close to perfection as possible. So let's use this hoof here as a reference for that. Did I do it that easily? I guess I did. Not bad. Not bad considering it was the first try. Okay, so the original sketch goes away. And now I have to change the size of the guidelines and the canvas to the same size of this sketch here. And the easy way to do that is by selecting it like the excuse me, selecting it like this, like I have just done, and copying these values here. And then selecting the guideline and pasting the value on the guideline. There. And then doing the exact same thing for the canvas. There we go. And save. Now I can actually export all of this into separate layers. Okay, let's begin with the body. Export body line art. Already exists. Yes, replace it, because that one was with the original size. Let's begin with a resolution of 1000 and see how big the PNG is going to be. That is still really big, 12,000. For a YCH, this is way too big. Let's drop the resolution to 500. Yes, replace. Change it to 500. Let's see now. 63,000, I mean 6,338. That's still really big. That is still really big. Although, maybe it will be fine. Let me see how big I made the original YCH with a dragon. Or rather, the original dragon YCH. Actually, you know what, let's go here to Braveheart as a Blep. How big did I make these? 2,000. Yeah, I might need to drop the resolution to 200s, into the 200s. Let's drop to 300 first, and let's see if doing that will give me a resolution similar to this one. If this wasn't going to be a YCH, I would definitely go with a resolution of 500. But since this is going to be a YCH, let's make things a little easier on myself. Let's see now. 3,804. Yeah, that's better. But let's see if this is still gonna work out nicely. Dropping this to 200. 2535. Yeah, but now I am losing a little bit of quality on the lines. Let's use a resolution of 300. That seemed to still give me not just a good size, but also a good, well, resolution for the lines. Oops, not 2300, oh my god. Yeah, the lines now have a much nicer quality to them. And it's not too much bigger. Very good. Let's use a resolution of 300 for exporting. Okay, let's bring everything back. And delete again. This time I'm going to delete the body and everything else except for this. This is going to be another layer. That's going to be the head. So head line art. Oops, typo. 300 resolution, yes. I must not forget to take note of what resolution I am using for exporting this. Now we delete the head, the body, the streaks, this leg, and we leave just the mane, the tail, and the goatee. Tail plus tail, mane, back, goatee, line art. Now we do everything again. Excuse me. Oops, I deleted the guideline by accident. Get rid of the body. We must get rid of the body. The head. Oops, that's not the head. Streaks. This head, this leg. And now we have just the ear and one leg. I just say hairline. No, I need all of them, but I need them to be completely separated in different files. And if you stick around long enough, you'll see why. So this one is just his ear and one of his legs. So let's call this right back leg, ear, line art. That's not a back leg, that is actually a front leg, but that's fine. Let's rename the file. Where is the file? Oh, it's over there. Right back, right front. There we go. Now I think the only other layer that I need to export is going to be the streaks for his mane and tail. No, I still gotta do this leg over here. Let's do that one now. Export, that's the left back leg. Oops. Back leg, line art. There we go. Now I gotta export the streaks for his mane and tail. Mane and tail streaks. Line art. Okay, save this again. Now, before I move on into Photoshop and start coloring and then shading and all of that good stuff, I have to save this file once more, but this time to the base folder over here. Also, by the way, hold on a second. Okay, these are just some instructions for stuff. Let's save as. Hold on a second, I need to check something else. Let's go to the commissions folder and check the original YCH, the first one that I made. Wrong folder? Dragon does a blap, base. And line arts, okay, just call the file line arts, that's fine. Yeah, let's go with Alpha 2. No problem, Noti. And, okay, the reason why I have just saved this file again, but this time in a different folder, is because this version of the file is going to become the template, the base template, for whatever other character I might be drawing here. And now that I think of it, I actually will have to draw two versions of this. One is going to be the Stallion, and another one for mare characters. Of course, I'm going to start with the Stallion. But basically, all that I need to do here is to remove all of the elements that identify this character as Silver Trot. And, you know, have it be very basic like this, and then that. But actually, you know what, I think I'm gonna do this some other time. I don't think I'm gonna do that just yet. One of the reasons being is actually that I will have to change the sketch that I have there. Let's do that. Because I need to see all of the elements from the template. So let's do that. There. Now let's turn the black into brown. Hey, welcome back. Okay, and this one needs to be saved with this folder here. Pawnee does a blap / base. Canvas and background sample. Actually, no. Let's call this general sketch for Corel. Stallion. And now let's replace the Stallion with the mare version. Now let's do the same thing with the horn and the wing. And paste the sketch of the mare on top of this Stallion sketch. There, that seems to be perfect alignment. And of course, erase the original sketch. There we go. Look at her. That's cute. That is very late in Romania. In any case, thank you so much for dropping by, Noti, and the follow once more. I hope you enjoyed the little you saw here. Thank you so much. Have a great week. Sleep well and dream of dragons. There we go. Oh, hold on a second. I forgot. I gotta change the color of the line art from black to brown. And there we go. You will be very welcome too, Noti. Since you are new here, just quickly before you go, and just so you know, I stream every Wednesday and Fridays. I mean, I play games every Wednesday and Friday, and I do art on Sundays only. Actually, here's the schedules. In any case, thank you so much. Sleep well and dream of dragons. Okay, so this is done, and as I said, I'm not going to work on the Stallion and Mare version of just the base template right now, because I actually really want to start coloring all of this. So let's open Photoshop and let's import everything into Photoshop and at least get started on the coloring process. Alright, let's begin by bringing body line art. Oh, also, I almost forgot. I also need to export just the background from CorelDRAW, because I need this to be the exact same resolution as the line art as well. And I'm not actually going to use that, but I need that as a reference for the actual thing that I'm going to actually be drawing on Photoshop, you know, the final thing. So let's call this General Sketch for Corel, General Sketch from Corel. And oh, something extremely important. I gotta take note of the resolution in which I am exporting these files from Corel. I've got a plan before I go to sleep. I will steal my phone from my parents' bedroom. Good luck with that there. Just for the sake of making things standard, I need to take note for this one, right? Why did I write that? Ah, here. Yes. Interesting. This one was exported at a much higher resolution. Nice. Okay, so that is what I actually need to take note of. So this goes here. Corel main line art thickness. I think I'm using 1.5 line art thickness for this one. Let me confirm that. Yeah, that's 1.5. Okay, so Corel line art thickness. Oops. Main line art thickness.
When morning is come to make us all one.
1.5 pixels. Expand this. Yep. And export at 300 resolution. Yep. Wait, what is the size of this here? 8 pixels, yes. Good. Okay. Now I've got to copy this. Save first. I gotta copy that to the Stallion version of the sketch. There we go. Now I know whenever I draw a different character for this YCH, if I get to sell any anyway. Now I know. I gotta draw the final line art in CorelDRAW using a 1.5 thickness for the line art, and when I export as PNG files for the line arts, for the layers in Photoshop, I have to export at a resolution of 300. That way everything will be the same size, you know, everything will be standard. Now then, for the fun part, let's begin coloring this thing. Well, after I import everything to Photoshop first and foremost. Okay, let's begin by copying this, making a new file. Change this to 300. Paste that. And let's begin right away naming the layers. Body line art. Now head line art. Let's copy this and paste it behind the layer, or rather underneath, under the layer body line art. And let's name it head line art. Back leg line art. Copy. Paste this on top of the body. Back left leg line art. Why am I always typing a capital I when I write line art? It is annoying me so much. Mane and tail streaks, I'm not going to import this one just yet. This is ear and front right leg. Where should I put that layer? Right here. Ear plus right front leg. Line arts. Yep. Actually, let's remove this space in here. There. Tail mane. Needs to steal my phone back. Well, I hope it won't catch you. Okay, this layer can actually go up here, maybe? No, it actually goes down here. Okay, this is mane, tail. Yeah, mane and tail. Mane plus tail. Line art. Now the next and probably last thing that I have to import is the streaks for his mane and tail. And these shall go... Oh, wait a second. Mane and tail. Okay, they go here. Mane and tail, streaks, line art. Okay. Now that I have all of the elements, all the basic elements anyway, I have to remove the guidelines. But first, I'm gonna bring the base background to use as a reference here. General sketch from Corel. Let's copy this and paste it here. Let's make a group and call it Silver Trot because that's the name of this character. And we move all of these layers into this group. There we go. Let's call this here General Sketch and give it a 50% opacity. Let's make two new layers. One of them is going to be plain white, while the other one is going to be plain black. And the white one is going to have a 50% opacity. That's just so I can have more contrast. Okay. And close this. Now let's save this file before something goes wrong. Always remember, frequently save your progress whatever you are doing. You never know when something will go wrong. And believe me, eventually something will go wrong. You don't want to lose your progress. Okay, let's call this file coloring alpha 0. There we go. Now I need to bring Silvertrot's color set. Copy this. Name this colors set. Let's put this over here. Let's make a new group inside this group and call it eyes, because that's where I'm going to have all of the layers for his eyes. There we go. Let's call this one eyes white. And save once more. Okay, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I hear footsteps in your house, I'm going to assume. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break again. I'll be away for just about a minute, and when I get back, I'm gonna start coloring. So I'll be right back, everyone.
show them who you are, but they will never see the light or the stars. You're bright as a star. Listen to the music in the sky. Feel it running through you as you fly. Softly as a whisper lullaby. Fluttershy. Everybody said you don't stand out. Well, now I know that they were wrong. None of your animals could tell you, but you can hear it in birdsong. Don't you hide, don't you see, please don't hide from me. Everybody said you don't stand out, well now I know that they were wrong. There's too many ways to describe you, so I'll just sing it in birdsong.
Alrighty, and I have returned. Okay, let's begin by giving this. I'm not gonna finish this on today's stream, for the record. Actually, before I do much progress on this picture, I will definitely need to finish the base template first, because a lot of what I will be doing on this picture over here will be required for the base template. One day I'll be gonna look at the sky, don't cry and say goodbye, and I hope that doesn't come. What? Anyway, let's begin with the body like I usually do. Let's make a new layer here and call it body colors. Now we select the body line art layer. Tolerance 35, anti-alias enabled. Okay. And we select just the body. Yes. That's correct. Let's go to select, modify, expand by 1, invert the selection, and on the body colors layer, we make a mask layer. Let's sample this color. Also, the color for his handkerchief. Oops, wrong brush. I need a solid round one, not a soft one. There we go. Coloring. This is my favorite part. Now, coloring and shading and doing the effects. All the good stuff. I'm gonna switch colors and add the red for his handkerchief. Carefully not to put any red on his hoof or his chest, like I just did. Crap. There we go. Now up here on his shoulder. Nice. behind his shoulder. Okay, now that I have the basics in place, I can use a bigger brush to color the rest more quickly, without having the risk to accidentally add red where there is only supposed to be gray. And voila! Just like that, a huge chunk of his body is colored. Let's move on to the other body parts. Let's see. Let's do this one. Back, left leg color. Select with the magic wand. Go to modify, expand by 1, invert the selection and make the mask layer on the color layer. We need a bigger brush. There. Now let's give some color to his front right hoof, as well as his right ear. Yeah, let's call this layer color. Select, modify, expand by 1, invert. Make the mask. Now, if you guys remember from the sketch, this hoof here is supposed to be in front of this leg over here, as you can see here on the sketch. However, layer-wise, it is behind the same layer where that leg is located, which means it is actually behind the leg, but the hoof itself is supposed to be in front, which means that later on I'm gonna have to do a little cut on Silver's leg over here, and that is going to be applied to the base template as well, which is one of the reasons why I needed to finish the base template before I do much progress on this exact picture that I have here right now. Just so the hoof will look like it is in front of the leg. But I'm not going to do that right now. Right now I just want to have Silvertrot colored here. All the base colors rather, in place at least. Let's add the colors for his head. Let's select headliner. Actually, let's make a new layer first and call it head colors. Now I can use the magic wand on the headliner layer. But I might want to separate the mane from the head itself on the coloring process. Or do I? I won't. That should save me one layer. Okay, that's good. Select, modify, expand, invert. There. Now we begin adding colors. Uh-oh. The color for the mane is on a layer over the streaks for his mane. That's a problem. Oh no. Okay, how do I fix this? How do I change this situation. I'm gonna have to separate the streaks, these two here on top of his head, from the rest. Yes, yes, that's what I gotta do. So, hold on, have I even removed the guidelines yet? I have not. I completely forgot about that. Well, crap. Well, you know what? This actually might make things a little easier. Let's duplicate the layer where the streaks are located. Let's duplicate it and call it. Let's call the copy. Let's see. Main head streaks. Oops. Streaks. Line art. Okay, and this layer is going to be just over body colors. No, not body colors. Head colors. There. Now, here on the layer mane and tail streaks, let's select the streaks that are on the top of his head and delete that. And on the layer for the streaks on top of his head, I gotta do the same thing, but this time, instead of the top of the head, I gotta select the back of his head and the tail. And delete. There we go. Now, it doesn't look like anything has changed, but if I hide the layer main head streaks, only these two up here are going to disappear. Boom. Just like that. And just like that also, if I hide the mane and tail streaks, only those will disappear. And that is exactly what I need. Very well. I really have to remove the guidelines now, before, otherwise I'm gonna forget to do that. So let's select them and go layer by layer, pressing delete. So everything inside that selection over there is going to be deleted. There we go, that should do it. So now if I move any of these layers, yeah, there we go, no guidelines to go around. Very good. Let's resume coloring now. Let's see, headline art, head colors. There we go, that's more like it. Now, of course, his mane is not the same color as his body fur, so let's change that. His mane is a dark shade of brown. It's actually two shades of brown. There's a dark brown and there's the light brown in the form of those streaks. I'm going to use a bigger brush than this. And hide the streaks. A moment. Oh. Okay, now on this part I can use a very much larger brush and just go all willy-nilly. Thanks to the mask layer. There we go. And just like that, the mane on the top of his head is complete. For the most part, of course, you still have to do a few details, color the line art, and obviously fix the little corners, like this here, for example, that have some colors leaking out of the line art. But as far as base colors go, this is about it. Now let's color his tongue. That's not the color for the tongue. That's the color for the tongue. Oops. I hate it when I do that. There we go. That's a cute little tongue. Alright, let's see. Next. The head is done. Let's color his goatee, the mane on the back of his head, and his tail. Now, color these should be a breeze. I think that rhymed. Yeah, they are all on the same layer too. Very well. Main back plus tail colors. Or just color. It's gonna be only one color. Select and modify, expand by 1, invert, mask layer, sample brown, which is a very big round hard brush, and add the colors. Well, the color. It's only one. There we go. Nice, very nice. Now, other than drawing the eyes now, and of course drawing the, coloring the line arts, everything that I need is pretty much done. Let me fix those little coloring flaws that we have on some corners, and then I'll move on. See, like that there, for example. That should be on the head. See, head colors. Yes, that's on the head. There. Am I missing some coloring there for the mane? I think I am. Right here. There. All of these very narrow corners need to have this little treatment here. It's already Monday for me, so George Sunday isn't correct for me anymore. Alright, Torpedo, thank you so much for dropping by today. I hope you enjoyed and had some fun too. Have a good week and enjoy your sleep. And of course, do dream of dragons. Catch you on the next one. Yeah, this corner here should be fine. Okay, I think the head is fixed. Let's see about flaws on other areas. Let's check on the body. Like right here, I can see some red poking out. Gray seems to be all fine. There should be some gray poking out right here. And here. Probably here as well. And maybe here. Even if not, let's have that erased for good measure. Okay, let's see. I checked body, I checked head. Back left leg line art. Okay, this leg over here. It's probably some leakage of gray right here. Maybe here. This one is simple enough, so only those two corners. Now the ear and his right legs. Actually, only one right leg. This one. Okay, that's good. Now the mane on the back of his head. No corners there. What about his tail? Ah, his tail has corners. Right here. There's one. Here's another one. And here. And that's it. Save. I like this. Okay. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna go ahead and draw the basics for his eyes. Let's not hide that. It's the black layer that I want to hide. There we go. Let's call this first layer here. Pupil base. Actually, left pupil base. Okay. Let's change the selection tool to elliptical. And let's make a selection here that should hopefully match the size of his eye on the sketch. Yeah, that should be enough. Oh, maybe a little rounder. There. Now let's sample this blue and fill this selection with that blue. Just like that. Very good. Let's duplicate the layer and rename it to left iris base. And make it very dark, but not yet. First, let me resize this thing. Interpolation by cubic smoother, yes, that is right. There, that should be enough. Now I can make this much darker, just not complete black. Yeah, negative 90 should be enough. Should be more than enough. Yeah, there we go. Let me copy both of these now. Or rather, duplicate them. Bring them down here. And these are going to be the right eye. Wait, what just happened there? Somehow, apparently, I accidentally deleted the layer. There we go. And now I select both of these, move them to the right side of his face. And let's size it down just a little bit, for the sake of perspective, of course. Okay, now of course we can see a little bit of that over here. I can either erase that or make a new layer of white just to cover that. That is what I would do for now, but not what I would want to have, because I'm still not decided on how I want these eyes to actually be, you know, in which direction they are supposed to be looking at. So if I have the eyeballs completely drawn like this without them be missing any bits, that'll make it possible for me to have his eyes move around and actually settle on the actual angle I want them to see, to look at. You know what, I think I am wasting time trying to make a selection in this manner. Let's use the pen tool. And why? Because I need the selection to run and end about halfway inside this line art. There we go. Make selection, yes. Sample that. And color. There we go. Okay, we have some very basic eyes right now. This allows me to, oops, that's not what I meant to do. There. This allows me to move these eyeballs, which for some reason I can't. There we go. This allows me to move these eyeballs. Oh my god! To move them around a little bit like this, so I can better change the, you know, the direction in which his eyes are looking at. There we go. And then of course whatever is poking out from the right eye over there I can just later erase. The important thing is that I can change this as I wish. Oh, look at him. Wow, this is kind of creepy. He has big eyes. I like this. But okay, that's only for that. That's for the basics. There we go. Oh, hold on a second. I'm missing one thingy here. Let's go back to the head colors. There, see this over here? This is supposed to be all black. Oops. An actual pure black. There we go. Now let's do the same thing for his right eye. There. Oh, what a cutie he is. I wish I had a plushie of this character. So for starters, this is it. Now I actually have to stop working on this Silva Trot now, because as I mentioned earlier, before I proceed any further with making any progress on this, I need to have both versions of the base template for a stallion and a mare here on CorelDRAW, which means before I continue this any further, I have to rework this a little bit and remove all of the elements that identify this character as Silva Trot. And you know, make it look generic like this here. And then, once I have those final line arts, then I will construct the base template in Photoshop, and then, once I have all of that in place, then I can actually go on and work on this picture. Because everything that I do on this one, except for the character itself, everything that I make here is supposed to also be available for just the template. Exactly like I have done for this picture here, for example. This is supposed to be the base template for the YCH Dragon auction, while the actual final thing with an actual character, like here we have Braveheart and Argus, for example. Here, well, I forgot what I was going to say, but the point is, everything has to be the same apart from the character itself. And as you can see here, the character is different in all of these three. This is not even a character. But the background, the shading and everything else is the exact same. And this is the very same thing that I have to do for this picture here. And I can only move on with progress once I have the base template with the final line arts for the base templates. So for now, because I am a bit tired, and to be honest, this, well, how long is this gonna take? I suppose I could do that for the stallion right now, actually. That should not take too long. For the mare, it will take a while, but not for the stallion. Let me drink some water first. First, let's close this without saving. Excuse me. Because it did make a few changes there that I'm not too sure if I undid properly. Okay, let's delete this sketch. And let's import the one that I made just for this. So here, let's begin with general sketch for Corel Stallion. Yeah, there we go. I will have to do some ungrouping. Okay. Let's remove the main. No, not the tail. The tail can stay. Although different pony characters, they usually also have very different tails as well. Which means I actually will have to remove the tail completely. So let's ignore that sketch there. I mean those line arts. I'm gonna have to draw the rest of the head. Well then. Very well. No problem. No problem whatsoever. Gotta do that. There we go. Change that to black. Of that, yes. Ah, I gotta ungroup the ear. The ear is grouped with another thing as well. There we go. Now this here. Let's make a few changes to this. Oh, wait a second. Well, that's wrong. These lines are not matching. Why? Don't like it. Okay, let's make a few changes here. And boop. Okay, so the ear is going to be slightly different from the one I used on Silver Trot, but that is fine. There's a very minuscule difference. And to be honest, occasionally I might have to redraw the ear in other parts as needed. So no big deal. Actually, I do want this card here. It's this one here that I won't want. Okay, so that is there. Let's finish up this horn over here. Okay. Over here, the black line must match the border of the blue line as perfectly as possible. Add a little bit more curve over here and here. Okay, that should do it. Welcome back, Ash. And this here ends over there. Small change in the curvature there. Okay, we got the horn. I am right now, let's see, I am right now converting the final line arts that I drew for Silver Trot into a base template. As for Silver Trot's picture itself, I've got all of the base colors in place, but as I was explaining, I cannot proceed any further with this specific picture just yet, not until I have the final line arts for the base template. And right now I am converting Silver Trot into a base template for the Stallion version of the YCH. And then later I'm gonna have to do the Mare version, but this one is going to take a lot more effort and time to do, so I'm not going to do this on today's stream. So this is something for the future. And I almost ran out of air saying that sentence. Okay, let's remove the... let's ungroup this first. Let's remove the line arts for the handkerchief. Oh, wait a second, but by doing this, I now will have to unify the line arts of the head and neck with the line art of the body. Ah. I mean, no big deal, not really, but it's something I would rather not have had to do. Is there a hydrate reward on Twitch? What if there is a breathe reward? Imagine forgetting how to breathe. Ah. Okay. I gotta think here for a moment, guys. Hold on. Okay, I think it's going to be more worth it if I just completely erase this neck curve over here entirely and draw it anew from here. But hold on a second. Yes, that is right. Let's make an anchor point right here, and let's expand this one all the way up to there. There. Now let's curve, so. Let's make an anchor point over there to hold that curvature in position. And we fix the curvature on the chest over here. Okay, now let's make a couple more anchor points here and another one over here to hold everything in place, so I can remove this one and voila. That's good. Seems good. Very well. Make this black again. This one, well, this one have to go like this. This is meant to curve like this, but to go like so. But it's moving out this curvature over here now. Okay, there's a little more work than I thought I was gonna have to put into here, just to make this conversion. A little bit more. Okay, that was too much. Undo, 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 redo. How do I redo? Control Shift C. Okay, that should be it. Make this black again. And save. This, and that, those go away. All of these straight lines here also go away because these belonged to the handkerchief. There. Let's rework the line art with his shoulder now. Same thing over here. Wait, have I never converted this thing to curve? I have. Heck. Okay, fine, let's just bring this down then. I can hide that behind another layer. And over here, expand this to over there. That's good. Let's see. Body, legs. Okay. The base body seems to be done. I gotta add a wing over here and then find a way to completely separate that horn. Oh, actually, you know what? I should select the entire horn as it is and group all of these lines together. There we go. And now I can have a bald head rather, not bold. A bald head like that without a horn or with a horn if I want to. And if I have to draw a unicorn or alicorn over this template, when I am drawing the actual character, all I gotta do is come over here and erase this part of the line art from the head so the horn will be unified with the head itself. Otherwise, if it's going to be a Pegasus or an Earth Pony, for example, just remove the horn and we have just a hornless head. The wing, however, the wing might be a bit of a problem. Like the bottom half of the wing here, I can have that be a whole thing, but the part of the wing that is showing right here inside of this leg, those lines will have to occasionally be erased. For the sake of the base template, I'm gonna draw the whole wing as it is right here, and I'm just gonna leave it. And I will only erase what is necessary when it is necessary. Yes, that is what I'm going to do. Very well then, let's begin right here. There. Change the pixel thickness to 1.5. And let's use the color green so I can actually see what I'm doing, because there's way too many black lines as it is. And there. Okay, for starters, this is enough. Let's give these lines the shape of a wing now. And drop an anchor point right here because I am likely gonna need that one. Same thing here. Oops, I moved by accident. Crap. Okay. This is some minor fixes. Okay. Now this side. There. See, removing that anchor point, that is the reason why I said I was gonna need this one over here. Drop one here as well. I really hope this sells. Because 1, I like to draw ponies, and 2, I need money, and 3, I am enjoying working on this. Even though it is a lot of work. And 4. This is a lot of work. Okay. This will have to be pointified. I think I won't do the. I will not do that line yet. Instead, let's do this one here. And 5. Let's put an anchor point there. Although actually I probably will not need that one over there. Yeah, I won't. So let's just have one straight line going up like this. It's nice. Ah, this here's almost perfect. There's one anchor point here and one right over here, very close by, so I can remove this one. And now the line, that curvature, that is correct now. Fix on this here. Very, very good. If there's just a little more like that, and yes. Now I have to remove this corner from here. In theory, I should now just be able to boop. And there we go, that's done. Easy as proverbial pie. But I still need to do some little adjustment over here. There. That's good enough. Hold on a moment. Okay. For a moment I thought I was seeing stuff that is not supposed to be here. Welcome back, Reptane. This one goes all the way up to here. That brown line art should not be there. But it's alright. That should not interfere. So use a triplay Doom Eternal on the lowest settings and at least try to get 120 FPS. You have a GTX 970, don't you? I don't believe you are going to be able to achieve 120 FPS on that card. 60 maybe, probably. But 120? Definitely not. Yeah, 960. I missed by 10. There. Oh my god, that is not supposed to happen. Not like that. Let me guess. You have a high refresh rate ratio? A high refresh rate monitor, don't you? That's why you hate 60 FPS. I remember back in the day when we had a 30 FPS and the target, the sweet spot was actually 60 FPS. Oh, how times change. Exactly. Okay, now we curve this. And okay, I think these feathers are done. Now for this part of the wing, this might be a little complicated. Excuse me. Back in my day, the target FPS was 60. If it dropped to 59 FPS, we would have to throw the whole computer away because it was rubbish. And now you kids can't settle for anything less than 120 just because your newfangled monitor is too fast. You are spoiled nowadays, you children. I'm back from the time when even 30 FPS so sometimes would be enough. Well, 69 FPS would also be nice. Oh man. We have fun here. Instead of using a single line and then pointify it, I'm going to use basically what is equivalent to multiple lines, so I won't have to pointify anything at the end over there. But this has to be done correctly because I need to have this to look like it is one single line of the same thickness as the green lines that you see here right now, as the green and the black ones, of course. So this has to be done just right. Now, of course, I'm not gonna try and get the exact same thickness, although possible, that is going to be absurdly hard. So I don't even try. Just get close enough so it will look like it is the real deal. That is more than good enough. Back in my day, we used to play in those giant CRTs. And when Dad would come home, and if the CRT was still warm on the back, we'd get punished for playing too much on them video games, and we were not better for it. I actually still have a pair of CRT monitors. Both of them are 15 inches. One is actually sitting right behind my computer here on the shelf, and the other one is sitting on the floor just outside of my bedroom. That one needs to be cleaned up, tested, and I might need to have the power cord on that one replaced because it got chewed up by its own weight. Actually, what happened was that someone put that cable underneath the base of the monitor and then put a lot of weight on top, like a literal trash bag full of clothes on top of that monitor, and it just sat there for several months on top of the power cord. When I realized what was going on, it was already too late. The power cord got squashed. Just as a refresher, obtain the PC config, the specs of your PC. For i5 7700K, Gigabyte GeForce 960, 2 gigabytes. Ah, sweet, you have an MSI motherboard. Nice. 500 gigabytes SSD. Nice, I'm gonna assume you use that for the boot drive. Seagate Barracuda, 3 terabytes. 3 terabytes Seagate desktop hard drive. Nice. Sound Blaster Z. Oh, you got an offboard sound card. Nice. 16 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. Nice. Those are overall nice specs. When I was looking into parts to build the PC that I am using currently right now, I wanted an MSI graphics card. The problem is that the motherboard, sorry. The problem is that the board that I wanted was out of stock. This was still late 2020, in first half of 2021, mind you. So, you know, basically kind of at the height of the pandemic. So in the end, I ended up having to settle for an Asus motherboard, which is great. Asus is a great brand. I've always used Asus, but I wanted them MSI because, well, their mascot is a dragon. As far as I am aware, they have really good quality as well. So I thought to myself, hey, if I can have a good quality stuff and dragon themed, then yay. But sadly, I could not get my hands on the MSI motherboard that I wanted. And it's still out of stock. Asus is only good in the higher price range. Low price Asus boards lack a lot of features and ports. That is one of the reasons why I usually... I mean, in terms of features and ports, that's a different thing. I'm talking about exclusively about the build quality, the reliability, and that sort of stuff. But still, I usually try to go for something more kind of mid-range, as close to high range as I possibly can afford. As I believe in that saying that we have here that the cheap. Hold on, how can I translate that in a way that will make sense? The phrase in Portuguese is barato que sai caro. So that in English that would be something like the cheap that turns out expensive, which basically means, you know, sometimes it's more worth it for you to spend a little more money to buy the more expensive option, because sometimes the cheapest one might be not good enough. So you might end up having to spend more money to replace that because it will probably stop working at some point. So yeah, I usually try not to go for something too cheap, especially lower quality. Also, besides, the cheaper boards that were available did not have as many SATA ports as I wanted and needed. Also USBs, of course. ASRock is actually really good. Did they improve? Because in the past they were not exactly quite up there, you know. I would still recommend ASRock back in the day, but not as one of the first choices for my clients. We have a saying in German: Kauf billig, kauf zweimal. Buy cheap, buy twice. Yes, that's basically what the phrase we have in Portuguese also means. It's the cheap that turns out expensive, because you have to spend extra then. And stuff like that is one of the reasons why it is very important that when you are buying something, especially if it's something costly, that you don't look at just the price, like the price tag. You also look into the quality of the product, and especially that it is from some well-known brand that has a good reputation for reliability and that sort of stuff. Also, Z in German is pronounced like a closed hi-hat, like a TC. Okay. There's no way in the world that I'm ever gonna learn German. Not that I would ever refuse to study German, just that it's a bit too complicated for me, too hard. German is too hard. I actually think my father once almost studied German to learn. Maybe if he did, maybe now I would actually want to learn German. But honestly, the other language I would like to learn as my third language would be Italian. I find Italian so pretty and fun. That reminds me, when is April 1st gonna be? It's gonna be a Saturday. It's not going to be on Friday. I still need another ink point here. Crap. Open up your date thing again. Calendar. Welcome back, Ash. What's up with the calendar here, Retain? Sunday's first there? Well, yes. I'm just preparing you guys for when the actual outro plays. Here it's Monday. I believe you can change that in the settings, to be honest. Synchronize your clock. I don't remember where that goes. Date formats, Gregorian. Yes, you can change that in the settings. It's just that pretty much all calendars here in Brazil have always started with Sunday first, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in the last spots. I'm so used to it that I actually get annoyed if I have it any differently. Yeah, I hate that. There. This is habit, man. But I kid you not, calendars here, the printed ones, they always have Sunday on that spot. Far more reliable. This is reliable enough for me. Now, if I actually want reliability on the actual time, I go to this website here. Excuse me. This is the official Brazil time by Brasilia. So in Brasilia it is now 8 p.m. and 55 minutes. Actually 53. Hold on a sec, my watch is wrong. Well, since I'm here, I might as well fix the time on my watch. Hold on. I don't know why. Today I am wearing my digital watch. I have an analog and a digital one. I usually wear these interchangeably. One week I wear the analog one, and the other week I wear the digital one because I like both of these. Although normally I prefer an analog only. But for some reason this digital one is always getting ahead of the time for some reason. Okay, now that's right, 7:54 p.m. Let me check my analog one. The analog one is right. Okay, anyway. If I want to check the right time, I check like this here. Open that one. Working days at my workplace starts from Sunday. You work on retail? Why theme? My eyes. What bloody hell is this? Okay. Neat. That explains it. That explains it, Ash. Okay, this curve here is giving me a little bit of problem. Not problem, trouble. DTB is the German atomic clock. Ah. Wait a second. Okay, that is right. Where's the anchor point here? Oh, there it is. There we go. See, stuff like this is one of the reasons why I usually avoid using multiple lines like this. They are fine, but only on a smaller scale most of the time. Physikalisch Technische Bundesanstalt is the National Metrology Institute of the Federal Republic of Germany, with scientific and technical service tasks. It is a higher federal authority and a public law institution directly under federal government control without legal capacity under the auspices of the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy. Formed in 1887, 136 years ago. Place is old. Just not as old as my mom! My throat. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna focus a little more on first just getting the thickness of the line correctly, and then I'm gonna worry about the end tip over there. Do we have a corner here? It looks like we do. Basically translates to Federal Institute of Physics and Technology. I figured it would be something like that. It sounded like that. Okay. Ah, here we have a little problem here. Well, I have a little problem here. It seems a little thinner over here than over here. So... actually, that there has to be thicker. Let's move this one over here a little bit. They have the German atomic clock, which they also put online, so everyone can sync to it. This website that I showed you here, where is it? Horário de Brasília. This one here is synced to Brazil's atomic clock, actually. So basically the same thing, just less stylish than the German one. Okay, I think this should be good enough for now. Let's save and try to fix this end over there. Let's make an anchor point here and another one here, so I don't mess the rest of the lines down there. There. Okay, I think this is fine. No, it's too thin. Maybe maybe I can get away with increasing the thickness of the line art itself. That's too thick. Try 1.70, I mean 0.75. Okay, that works. Good. Save this again and save. Now I gotta draw just one more. Let's close this. Yeah, this line here. That's the one that I gotta draw. And this one should be absurdly easy. All I should have to do is draw one line curving like this. There we go. Now the next thing that I gotta do is have these green lines match the blue ones there. Okay. Okay, I think this one is fine right there. And that one should be fine over there as well. Maybe curve it just a little more like this. Yeah, that works. Let's save. And now let's select all of these lines. Do I have all of them? Yes, I do. Very good. Turn them into black and group them. Hold on. Frick. I made a mistake here. There we go. Now I can group them together. And there we have it. We have a Pegasus wing. Nice. A folded Pegasus wing, which reminds me actually. There is yet another thing that I'm gonna have to do. Well, first of all, save. I just remember that I had the idea of having a second version of this same sketch, but one in which if the character is a Pegasus or Alicorn, the character actually has their wings spread open, kind of like this. So at some point I'm gonna have to draw another version of the sketch, but with the wings spread open. But then again, that's gonna block the mushroom. I don't know. I'll think about it later. I don't have to decide that now. Okay, back to this here now. It's okay, we have the wing. We have the horn. Let's remove the background for now. Or the background, the sketch rather. Okay, the male version of this template is complete. We have ourselves a basic stallion. Nice. Okay, now this here is ready to be turned into whatever character can be drawn here. If it is a male, of course. I still have to do the female version. And that one is going to be a lot more work than converting Silvertrot into this base pony here, because, well, the body is a bit different. But that is something that I'm going to worry about some other day. For now, this is done. Hold on, there's another thing that I gotta do here. Just remembered. I'm just trying to remember what it is. I remember there is something else that I gotta do before I wrap up for today. It's ah, I want the play Terraria. No, that's not it. Although I still have to play that. But I don't think I'm gonna be doing that today just yet. What I gotta do is save one more time. Export these elements separately. Oh, hold on a second. I did not group the legs. That leg with this ear. I want them grouped. Actually, I haven't grouped anything basically. So what am I complaining about? In any case, excuse me. Delete that, those, the horn, and this leg. Okay, I want to export this as line arts so I can get started on making the base templates on Photoshop. So let's copy this path, save it here to base body line art, resolution of 300, yes. Ah, freak. Delete this. Now let's delete the horn. Wait, I've done the body, right? Right. So now I have to erase just the body. There we go. This here is going to be front right leg plus ear line art. Base front leg, I should say. Or type rather. There we go. Now let's do just the wing. Let's export just the wing. Although that's going to be kind of unnecessary. Whatever. Base, wing, line arts. Now let's do the same thing, but now for the horn. And only the horn. Base, horn, line art. Let's see, am I missing anything? Yes, I am. Is those, that, this, that, and all of these. This leg is what I am missing. Base, left, back leg, line art. Okay, now I think I am not missing anything. Never mind, I lied, I am missing something. I am missing exporting this sketch from Corel. Actually, yeah, let's just call it General Sketch. General Sketch from Corel Stallion. Okay, there we go. Now I think I am not missing anything on this. Let's minimize paint over here. I love that face. Okay. Let's make a new group in this same file. And let's call it, that's a layer. And let's call it brick. Let's call it base. And on the first of all, let's hide. Let's not hide Silvertrot. Hold on. Let's duplicate the eyes group from Silvertrot and have that be in base. Oh my god. It's fine. Let's hide Silvertrot over here for now. Go. Base body line arts. Yes, let's bring this into Photoshop. Paste it here and call this layer base body line art. Now base front leg. This goes down here. Base front right leg line art. And yes, it does include the ear, so yeah, you know, let's put the ear here as well. Right leg plus ear. Base horn line art. This goes here. Base horn line art. This can go here. Base left back leg line art. And last but not least, base wing line art. This one, where do I want this one to go? I think I want this one here. Base wing line art. Okay, now I'm gonna save this file over to this folder. There. Now, unlike I have done with my Dragon YCH, this one over here, where I had the base dragon here, the base template dragon, actually be colored and even shaded with some effects. I even have these scales here. Unlike with this one, I'm gonna do the pony one a little more generic and far more simplistic. So basically just white with not much in terms of shading, let alone effects. The only thing I'm actually gonna invest a lot of work and time on is going to be the background. The background is actually going to be completely finished on both the sample image, the template image, as well as the actual sample. And the sample is the Silvertrot that I am drawing here. Otherwise, as for the actual base template itself, this is going to be a lot more simplistic than this one over here. Because honestly, this one here can actually get by as a finished character, honestly. So let's see here. Base body line art, let's make a new layer and call it base body color. And let's select this. Select the eye sockets. Yep, it's good. Select, modify, expand, 1, invert selection. Base body color, make a mask. And now let's give this some color. Okay, Reptilian, dry. There we go. Look at the difference. Nice. Okay, let me sample the color for the tongue though. I sample it from Silvertron. There. I love this face. Let's hide silver for now. Yeah. Very, very good. Since I'm here, let me go ahead and immediately do the corner fixes. Drop the size of this brush a little bit. Okay, that should be it. Oh yes, the eye. Give me a pure black. That's already pure black. Very well. Actually, no, never mind. I was looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. This is pure black. Also, I must not forget to erase the guidelines from this base template. Also should rename this layer here to Base Stallion, because I'm gonna have the base template for the mare in this same file but in a different group, so I can easily just, whenever I want to work on one on another, I can just hide one group and just keep the other one visible. Like I can do right now, for example, with either like having just the base template here or Silvertrot. There, see? You can just easily hide one or the other. Let's expand this again. Let's color this horn. Let's make a new layer. Now for the horn, and the eyes, because I have not closed this gap over here on the line art, I'm gonna have to draw one very small and thin line just so I can close the gap and make the selection that I need. That should be enough. I expand one, invert. Let's call this layer horn. Yeah, base horn. Actually, I didn't really need to call any of these layers base. I don't know why I did that. Horn line, not line art, horn color. You know what? Let me rename all of these layers and remove the word base from them. The name of the group itself is already identifying what these layers belong to. So have the name base as the name of the layers themselves is redundant and therefore unnecessary. There we go, that's better. Ah, but I do have to remove this line from here. That is required. Actually, instead of removing the line, I'm gonna remove the entire horn. Here, watch this. Boom. Horn gone. But, of course, I still need the line art, so what I will do instead is bring the base horn line art back. Just like that. Horn line art. There we go, much better. Oops. Should drink some water. And my glass is almost empty, by the way. Which means the time to wrap up and end the stream, today's stream, is coming up. I'm just gonna finish doing the basics here for the base templates. And that's in place. Good. Let's see now. I cannot decide on the tea. You know what to get? Italian, lemon, Brazilian lime. Brazilian lime? Huh. Arabian mango or Japanese cherry blossom. If you had asked if you would include, if you had included mate in those options, I would absolutely suggest mate. That's my favorite kind of tea. No, not that one. Ah, yes, this one. This one is my favorite. I love the flavor of this thing here. So good. So good, especially very cold. You hate Matty? Oh my god, we cannot be friends anymore. Just kidding. I don't know, mango is a really nice thing, although I never had mango tea. I want to drink here by hipsters. Well then. Are you implying that I am a hipster? Well, I do like older cars. Plus ear color. So like this. You know what? If you cannot decide, just drink them all. Mix them together, all together in the same glass, mug. That's gonna taste amazing. Wait a second, why? Oh, I know. I forgot to expand the selection, that's what. Okay, I gotta do this again. Expand. You barbarian. Oh, you have the native made drinker card, you're good. Okay then. I'll take it, I guess. There, now this should work as intended. I think my suggestion is bad. There's people here who mix Coca-Cola with Fanta, and sometimes even include Guaraná as well. Except for Fanta. Those are great sodas, but together they're just, you know. Although to be honest, I actually never tried. We call it Spazzy. Reminds me of Pepsi. I love Pepsi. I actually like Pepsi more than I like Coca-Cola. The nice thing about Pepsi, at least in my opinion, is that it not only tastes just a little nicer than than Coca-Cola, but it keeps the taste for far longer than Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is only actually good if it is extremely cold. The moment it starts to warm up, it starts to lose the taste, and it just tastes. I don't know. It tastes. See, it's strange. It's not very pleasant. Pepsi, on the other hand, it seems to, at least in my experience, it seems to retain the taste even as it warms up, and even when it's already warm, it still tastes nice. Of course, it's not as nice as when it's cold, but it tastes far better than Coca-Cola does. Or Meso-Mix. Like a mess mix, if you ask me. I might have made some mistake here. Ah, there we go. Okay. Now, the wing. Here's what I'm gonna do about the wing. Let's lock the layer. And let's color this thing, the line art. Let's color it blue. I'm not going to keep this as blue, of course. I just need to... but wait. Yeah, this does need to be separated in CorelDRAW. Actually, wait. Stop the presses, everyone. I don't have to add any color to the wing, because the wing is here just as an example. So all I need to actually do is erase the line art on the spots that where it intersects with the leg over here, just so it will look like it is actually going behind the leg. The idea is to, of course, show the potential buyer, or bidder rather, that this base template can be a Pegasus if they want to. And, you know, to show where the wing would go and what it should look like. And you know what? To that extent, I actually have zero need to have any color on the horn. So let's yeet the color layer for the horn. I can find this. Oh, right here. There we go. Yes, everything seems to be in order. And there we go. That's the unfinished base template for the Stallion, with this soon to become a new Mike Dragon original YCH auction commission thingy. That's a mouthful. Okay, now as I work on Silvertrot's version of this picture, I'm gonna have to also work on this one simultaneously, basically, and keep both of them kind of like at the same level of progress, you know. Though of course most of the work will be required to be done on the background only. Oh, by the way, since this is so simplistic, let me see about coloring the body line art. Because since this one has only one color, only one flat color here.
Hey, we broke up.
I won't have to worry about gradients or anything of that.
Can I
Well, actually, I will have to worry about that. On the eyes and the tongue. So okay, I'm not gonna do this now. D chord? Is that a musical note? Let's bring back Silvertrot for the moment. The actual Silvertrot file, not the group. This is cute. I love this. Oh, you mean Discord? Am I even logged in on Discord? Oh yeah, I'm just set to invisible for now. Why is everyone messaging me? I don't want it to be disturbed. You love tea. That is a lot of tea boxes. Okay, now this caught my curiosity. Brasilianische Limette. Portuguese Frisch. I can't German. That was 5 times the amount a year ago. Out of curiosity, where is this box made? I mean, where's this tea made? Ah, of course, Brazilian. Just have to have someone dancing a samba and dressed up like in carnival, don't you? Oh, stereotypes.
It seemed that no one could relate. There was nothing
Okay, let's see.
to see. So
Yeah, I want to keep working on this right now, but I am tired, my throat is dry, my glass is almost empty, I am hungry, I am tired. I should stop this here now and work some more on this. Either later this week or on the next Short Sunday or some other time, because I could do another nostalgia stream on the next Short Sunday instead. I don't know. I'll think of something. And I'll decide sometime later. For now, the one thing that I have decided is to remind you guys that I stream every Wednesday, Fridays, and Sundays. I play trucking games every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and I play a different game every Friday, also at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. On Wednesdays, I play mostly American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2. I play those interchangeably. And on Fridays, as I said, it's always a different game every week. Although sometimes I might repeat a game or another if I feel like it. And on Sundays, I do it live just like today at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I also have a Discord server available now. It's called Dragon Realms. If you'd like to join, you will be very welcome to. But for the moment, it is limited to only members of the art group Dragon Realms over at DeviantArt, and to subscribers to my channel here on Twitch. So if you are one of those, you should have access to the server through the link just below the stream. And if you try to join the server through there and the link doesn't work because it sometimes breaks by itself for God knows what reason, then you can message me either on DeviantArt or on Twitter, or even send me a whisper here on Twitch. That might even be easier. And I will send you an invitation link directly through there. My name at DeviantArt is here on the top of the screen. It's Mike the Dragon, and on Twitter it is @_MikeDragon. I will be opening the server to the general public in the near future, so anyone can join at any moment whenever they feel like it, but for now, only members of the Arch group and subscribers should be able to join. So if you are one of those, welcome. I promise you we don't bite much. Just kidding. In any case, everyone, Reptane, Amber, Ash, I am certain I am forgetting someone. There's more people too, so everyone, regardless, thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had some fun. Let me do a pick of the other 3 T's. Okay, I might still be around here for a few more minutes after I end the stream. But in any case, everyone, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had some fun. Thank you so much for keeping me company for 5 hours and a half, actually. Wow, time went by so fast I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, everyone, thank you so much. Have a great week. May this next week be a better one for you than the last one has been. And until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well, and as always, dream of dragons. Everyone, see you soon. Bye!
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Don't bet on taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hope sunsetting not to crash. So truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and set it not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflict, So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and set it not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the truth. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you've got to be more